Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader live in studio. Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning.
Little bit to talk about today. We'll get to that in a moment, though. And of course, we've got our senior market strategist with his Carolina Blue on this morning, and also a market participant today in this challenge against Stowe, which I can't wait for. Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples, Florida. Yeah, I went to bed early last night. I got a good night's sleep. I had a healthy breakfast. I'm ready to go today.
Oh, man, if you didn't catch it, Jim is competing against Stowe today in the NinjaTrader one-day arena challenge. That's must-watch TV, and I can't wait to see. Stowe is on in the afternoon today as well, right? He's double duty today? Yeah. So we get to keep an eye on this the whole day. And, of course, Jimmy will also be giving market updates for his Edge Report, but also market updates for who's winning in the challenge. So we'll be tuned to that. And good morning, chat. A lot of people in there early this morning. Happy Tuesday. Wulong Agaba. Some of these names I can't. Engineer Beer. We've got My Serona, Sador, Paulie, Scott, Lunatismic, Wit. We got Mark, Todd, Firmament, 2020, Neil. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Salah. So, overnight, Shai, not a ton going on. Natural gas bounced back 2.5%. Crude's pretty flat, but we have a really, really special crude oil guest today. I know you'll preview that here in just a moment, but any news anywhere?
Just kind of a couple line items I think that are worth pointing out. So we had the Genius Act, which is the stablecoin bill, advanced in the U.S. Senate, which is a big win for the crypto universe. Basically, the legislation mandates that stablecoin issuers maintain reserves of liquid and safe assets like treasury bills and comply with anti-money laundering. And it is considered a win so far. It still has to, go through another vote, but looks good for crypto out there. We have U.S. and Japan are expected to hold talks this Friday, though trade talks, but Bessent's not going to be there, so I don't know how fruitful that's going to be. India is discussing U.S. trade deals structured in 3 tranches, and they expect to reach an agreement before July. We'll see how that turns out. The U.S. Treasury, the G7 is meeting in Canada this week. They do not anticipate any trade deal announcements as part of that meeting, so we won't look to that. We did have Home Depot did report this morning, kind of a big deal. They had a little dip in sales, but they did assure, the CEO was on CNBC this morning and said, because of our scale and great partnerships, basically, we are going to maintain our current pricing levels. So we won't hear any mean tweets about them raising prices because they're not going to raise prices.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
So, I mean, overall, news is news. It's nothing groundbreaking. I mean, it's some new things happening.
Yeah, some new things. I think the BIS also flagged a possible scramble for dollars if people start to unwind their 113 trillion FX swap market positions. So we'll be watching the dollar closely. You know, that's the first thing I watch every morning. And if we have a scramble for dollars, obviously that could make the dollar move significantly higher. So we'll be watching that if we see any kind of unwind. And then last but not least, we had Iran on the wires this morning. We had Khomeini say that U.S. demand that Iran stop enrichment is outrageous. The U.S. should avoid talking nonsense in talks and does not think a deal with the U.S. will yield a result. And we have Joe McMonigle on this morning to talk about this subject exactly, because he made a very interesting comment on X the other day that he does not have faith in a deal and he expects more sanctions on Iran this summer. As we know, crude oil's been very sensitive to any headlines over this Iranian deal. and it's put a lot of downward pressure on prices. So it will be very interesting to talk to him.
Tell everyone what title Joe McMonigle holds now.
So, so he is the president of the Center for Energy Analysis and also the chairman of Alula Advisors, that's an advisory firm in Saudi Arabia. And he's also former IEF, IEA, and DOE. So
he might know a few things about oil. So I look forward to that. That'll be at 8:20 following Jimmy's Edge report. When I look at the tape today and when I look at it yesterday, I mean, first of all, no one should be surprised by what happened in equities. I mean, they buy them every day. What else is new? Jimmy talked about it yesterday. He was spot on where he said they're probably going to be looked to buying this little bit of weakness. I mean, again, a very minimal pullback, but you saw buyers come in, make a new swing high again in ES. I didn't necessarily check to see if NASDAQ did. I will, though, soon. Ultimately, not a surprise, I don't think, especially that opening range was the low of the day yesterday, and they just took them and bid them into the close. It is what it is, right? And then when I looked at bonds, that surprised me, and that's where I'm going to go to you, Jimmy. I mean, look at that bond market yesterday. I got to tell you, that was something to see. I mean, we go down. I talked about this. That low on 4.9 was 111.17. We go down yesterday and make a low of 111.15, and then just do a 2 full point ripper. No news, nothing going on. I don't think people realize how big of a move that is in the bond market. They just came in and just bid it. I mean, just straight up. Thoughts on what you saw overnight, Jimmy, and that bond market move?
Yeah, I mean, it was spectacular. I mean, buyers came in big time when we hit that low water mark, which you just mentioned right now, but overnight, we kept rolling a little bit, right? And we're breaking out of this little trend channel that I've had that we started pretty much from April 30th on. We're breaking out, but we're sitting right at that ADMA right now, and I'll talk more about this in the Edge report. But yeah, this surprised me right now. And, it's funny because Paulie in the chat sent me an email last night and said, "Oh, too bad we can't trade bonds in the challenge because it's not one of the markets in the challenge." And I was like, "I know, I would have been all over that." But right now, I'm leaning toward, I'm not buying this little pop up right now. I'm still very bearish here in the 30-year Treasury markets. We'll see if we get over that ADMA right now, but I'm a little bit surprised. But buyers did come in strong yesterday, as you can see by the pretty substantial wick at the bottom of the daily candle.
Yeah. I think ultimately yesterday, I always look at the tape and go, what did I learn about it? I told everyone I went home long a couple of puts, which makes me short on Friday. I ended up scratching them yesterday, and I was telling Shai, again, it's like I've really done so little lately. It's incredible because as a swing trader, it's so hard to manage risk in this area. It's like I've been bullish, but where am I wrong? I mean, it's like this market, I thought the narrow pullback yesterday, I'm like, okay, maybe they could start getting lower, come back into the moving averages, come back to some old VWAPs, watch some things happen on my charts and maybe look for a long. I mean, they just come in and just buy it right on the open. It's just
straight up.
I mean, it's like there's just no chance to even buy a dip. I mean, and it's like unless you've been in, or obviously if you're a really short-term day trader, it's, you could trade off of that action. But then the market gets really stale after that. It just does not get very busy. I mean, the people on this network every day they've been doing an amazing job because the tapes have not been easy. I mean, they just have not been. And what I learned about the tape again yesterday, because every day you take a lesson from it, is number one is there's really this demand for equities that is it's trading almost like a commodity, Shai, which is weird because commodities will do this where they'll just stay bid. Like you'll see lumber or corn or something stay limit up and just keep running. And every day there's buyers because there's demand for it, from a commodity standpoint, right? Stocks, there is this demand for it. It doesn't seem to be going away. And so it's like, okay, fine. I mean, I'm not going to fade it again. And even if I have faded it, I wrote in my note, I can be short. I just can't stay short. And that's the key. I mean, if you're fading these moves, it's like, okay, put your stop in, put a trailer in, don't get stubborn being short because it's just not working. The other thing I learned is that, okay, the bond market, even though the bonds are weak, it just tells me that rates are kind of range bound. I think that it's like the bond market wants to go lower, but yet there's this underlying bid there as well saying, hey, listen, The bond market might be weak, and this might take time to pan out. But right now, we're not just going to run lower, because yesterday they had a chance to run lower and they didn't.
Yeah, and we were in that, we were just over, yields were just over, 4.5%, which is where we know that the Treasury gets very uncomfortable. And so, we have pulled back on that. But so it kind of seems when we get into that danger zone, then we see kind of a pullback in those yields.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and gold, what I learned from gold again is nothing new, right? I mean, gold is going to take any sort of bad news that the market gives it, and it's going to try and run it up, right? But gold also is it's in this holding pattern. So it's like, yeah, it might be bullish, but it's not in a big hurry to run higher. Like this morning when I was looking at the chart, I was like, okay. And yesterday afternoon, I was watching it going, it got back up to clustered moving averages. It couldn't break through from them. So it's like when it gets to a point, it seems like the market, in gold, it like runs to an area higher right now, and then it just stops. It doesn't you see a lot of these highs in the same points. Maybe we'll have Jim go over this in his edge report and just see it's just stalling. So there's demand on breaks, but no one's really looking to buy the rallies. And ultimately what it tells me is this tape is we're kind of in a massive consolidation right now. I mean, with a grindy bull market happening in equities. I mean, it is what it is.
Right.
Anything else shy this morning coming out? Any data? I mean, it's been light lately.
So very light today. Yesterday, we didn't have any data. We had a bunch of Fed speakers. Surprise, surprise. We have 3 more today, Fed speakers. So we have at 8:30, we have Philly Fed non-manufacturing. At 9, we have Barkin speaks, Bostic speaks, and then at 9:30, Collins speaks.
I mean, Bostic speaks like 3 times a day.
Yes.
He's always on.
He's literally all the time.
Guaranteed he will be a CNBC contributor when he is done with us. Yes, these guys are on nonstop. I mean, back to you, Jimmy. I want to talk about the metals a little bit yesterday. I scalped a palladium 1 lot for 2 ticks just because I wanted to say I traded it. Not palladium, platinum. Because I don't think I ever traded it. And I saw you guys on, I saw you guys on, what do you call it yesterday? On hot commodities. And I turned around, I'm like, you know what? I'm just buying a 1 lot right now. I bought it when 2 ticks my way. I covered it. I'm like, I'm not doing this to myself. But it was funny. It was like the low tick. It's up 1.5% today again. I'm like, I traded platinum. But, up 1.5%. You guys talked about that yesterday. Silver's up 0.5%. Copper's down 0.5%. Gold's pretty flat. Metals, so platinum's kind of the upside leader this morning. Jimmy, anything else coming to your mind from the overnight action?
Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. And platinum's trading firmly above, and Tracy called it this magical $1,000 level. And we've maintained price above that now, which is a positive thing for this market as well. So, overnight, I don't know, this market seems to have these big percent moves every once in a while. So I don't see anything special in the tea leaves there. And I'll talk about gold in the edge report a little bit more. And I'll tell you guys something if you promise not to tell Stowe. And that's, I went to that Edgeful website and I said, hey, what does gold do on a Tuesday, right? Gold on a Tuesday is green 76% of the time. But don't tell Stowe that. That's my secret weapon for the challenge.
We won't tell him.
Yeah. I mean, I love Stowe, but I got to go for my guy, Jimmy. That's it. So, unless Stowe is listening, he will not find out until he watches the recording. So, yeah, jam-packed morning. We've got Merritt this morning. We've got Joe McMonigle right after Jimmy. And then, of course, the NinjaTrader one-day arena challenge, which we'll be reporting throughout the day. Again, quick preview of some of the things that we'll be talking about with Joe, because obviously going to be energy-focused before we get to this morning's Edge Report with Jimmy.
Yeah, so we want to talk about Iran, what's going on there. We want to talk about a little bit about OPEC Plus and all the mayhem that's been surrounding that story. I kind of want to talk a little bit about U.S. shale, how that looks, and I want to get a recap of kind of that meeting that Trump just had in the Gulf and get feet on the ground kind of view of what went on there.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Joe's the best too. I've had the opportunity to speak with him in the past. I really like him.
He's a great guy.
Great guy, and Just, can't wait to hear what he has to say. So Joe will be up shortly, but until then, of course, we've got this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's just finish the conversation with Treasury bonds really quick since we already started it. This is a daily candle right now, and you can see the last two candles, small body candles, big wicks on the top, big wicks on the bottom, market uncertainty written all over the last two sessions. Today, we do have a bump up in price above my trend channel, but does this market have conviction? Will we continue our way up? Today's going to be a critical day here for me. I want to see a green candle close above that 80 MA before I'm willing to say, yeah, maybe there's some conviction right here. Big seller's wick on the top of the candle. So we have a long way to go here. Let's pivot over to the gold market that we talked about as well. Now, gold, a positive gamma condition right now at Mentor Q. Actually, all of the major contest markets have a positive gamma condition. We're tangled in love, though, right here with the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA and this anchored VWAP that I have right here. We're bumping up against that 8, so we can't quite close above that 8. I already mentioned the 76% chance stat of the green day today being a Tuesday. But, that it could be a small green day. So we'll see what happens here. We got to get past that 80 MA again. We do have a little bit of a crossover here on the stochastics, which is kind of positive. If I want to drill in a little bit to an intraday chart, we do have some important levels here. We have a call resistance level at 3250. These are these Mentor Q levels. Previous session's highs right above that at 52.9. R1 right above that. At 32.53, and then JAX 1, the biggest gamma exposure level, at 32.55. So there's a lot of areas of resistance, a lot of areas of interest right up here. It could act like a magnet, but breaking through on the upside is going to be hard. We got JAX 3 a little bit farther up at 65. On the downside, we have targets as well. Really nice support, previous sessions lows and S1, all kind of converging right here. On the downside, approximately 3209, give or take a couple ticks. We're trading well above that session VWAP right now as well. So the buyers are in control a little bit here as well. I'm looking for a retracement back down before I hit the buy button in gold later on today. But we'll see what happens on the open. Just moving over to that E-mini S&P market again. Let me get my daily chart up here. We're kind of slowing our roll. Now we're marching along with that 80 MA, which is pretty positive. We've been overbought forever. This is a great example of how stochastics could be overbought or oversold for a long period of time without providing a signal. But we're still way up there, driving up right now. But that 6,000 level is going to be tough to get over. 6,000 level is going to be tough to get over right now. We keep bumping up against it right here. Baby candle so far today. Low volume overnight, right? We had I don't know what the volume was. 114,000 contracts traded overnight in the E-mini S&P. We're virtually unchanged right now. So that's going to make it, possibly a pretty tight range day today where we might end up with a normal volume profile. Right now, we don't have that yet on an intraday chart. But from a trading point of view, I'm going to respect the JAX 3 high at 59.90 until we're supposed to be nice until it's no longer time to be nice. Well, if we start closing above there, then we have that call resistance at 6,000. And then JAX 4 at 61.10. Other targets on the upside as well. Pivot so far has not been challenged on the downside. And we're tracking 59.53 half on the pivot. We have a 0 DTE level for put support at 59.50 from Mentor Q. So again, this volume profile is very immature right now. I wouldn't even call this a small case B distribution at this point. I want to see if we get some volume to fill up here as well. I'm sure Stowe's going to be looking at that. But JAX 1 might be tough to break through on the upside in this market. And really quickly here on crude oil, let's just shoot over to crude again. And this is also a positive gamma condition in crude oil today. We're above. Now, this is a little different. We're above that 80 MA, right? We're above that 80 MA right now. And baby candle, back to back baby candles right now, 61.92. We're about to approach, almost going to get into that overbought scenario with the stochastics right now. But again, this is another kind of a sideways market. Now, one thing that's interesting to me is that this is the fourth session where we have a higher low. Will we continue to have a higher low? That could be also a little bit more bullish here. But really, I mean, the target up here is 64.01. That's where this the top of my hamburger bun resides as we speak in terms of resistance. And really quickly here, previous session's highs is going to be a target. We had this crazy wick here on that 4 o'clock to 4:30 candle. We didn't quite get to the previous session's high, 62.70. So that's going to be a target, along with that lower target of that 0 DTE call resistance and gamma wall. On the downside, we have a high vol level kind of framing the bottom of the conversation a little bit here at 61.50. And then the London initial balance actually printed the low for the day. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Jimmy, thank you so much. And of course, we are now joined by Joe McMonigle, President of Global Center for Energy Analysis, Chairman of Alula Advisors. Joe, it's been a long time. How are you, my friend?
Hey, it's great to see you both, and happy to be on the program today. Greetings from Saudi Arabia.
Well, greetings from Naples, Florida. It's a touch warm here as well. I'm assuming it's warm there. It's probably a little different heat. It's a drier heat over there, right? A little bit more, a little humid here. Joe, we'll get right into it because I know your time is precious.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's dry heat there? Yeah, no, sorry about that.
In Riyadh, it's dry heat, but on the coast, it's similar to Naples. So we have it all here.
Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. I can't wait to someday get out there, and I'll be looking you up, Joe. So for sure. So
you're invited.
That call when it finally happens.
I tried to get Tracy. She keeps stiff arming me.
I'm coming the next time. I swear.
Okay.
The next event, I will be there.
So Joe, oil starts off the year in a downward trend. We get down to the 55 price, and we see news continue to come out around the 55 price, and then it gets up to the 65 price, and news comes out, and it kind of just has been keeping us very consolidated now. Talk to us about the price of crude. I know that you're not super focused on that, but as traders and as investors and all of us here on this network, we look at that price every day because we're addicted to looking at price action, Joe. It's what we do. Talk to us about the price of crude. Is this just a sweet spot right now? Do we expect consolidation? Or what is going on in the industry to potentially drive us out of this range we've been in?
Yeah, so I would say there's a lot going on affecting oil prices now. I mean, the macro economic environment, experiencing some headwinds from all the Trump, action on tariffs and other global economic factors, I think, affected it early in the year. Also, there was a lot of anticipation about excess supply at the beginning of the year, which is typical in any year, regardless of what's going on from a macro standpoint. And then, of course, you had the OPEC Plus decision to unwind the voluntary cuts, and that I think has weighed heavily on prices. And as Tracy pointed out, the news about Iran, I think, especially the comments, the post made by President Trump and some of his comments about a deal, very optimistically thinking about a deal, I think is definitely affecting prices. It's amusing to me that the news of a deal on Iran has a big impact on prices, but the risk of no deal is not factored in at all, in my view, into oil markets. My view is we've probably seen the lowest price point of the year. I think the OPEC Plus unwinding of the cuts. I've heard a lot of people on X and other platforms, people I really respect a lot, have really put the focus on trying to do in U.S. shale. Shale, the prices are low, and if OPEC puts the pedal to the metal on supply, it could really, really curtail prices really curtail U.S. shale production. But I don't see that at all. To tell you the truth, the OPEC and Saudi Arabia is not really that concerned about U.S. shale. There was a period, several years ago, which they viewed them as being competitors. But as many of you talk about, and some of our other friends talk about crude quality, and the different types of crude, they realize they're not really a competitor. But obviously, shale impacts price. But in any event, the OPEC Plus unwinding of the cuts is not really about sending a message to U.S. shale or impacting U.S. shale. It's really to drive a change in production behavior within OPEC Plus by some of the member partners that are not necessarily adhering to the cuts, and in some cases flouting the quotas completely. And so that's what's going on right now. I think Saudi Arabia and others are trying to show that they're serious and they can add more supply to the market, just like these other partners. Also, I was told by a very senior OPEC source, there's only Saudi Arabia can only produce 9 million barrels for so long. That's a very low mark for them historically, and so they're willing to do their part, but there's obviously sacrificing a lot because of unity within OPEC and also to sort of stabilize prices for the global economy, which obviously helps U.S. shale.
And then I had a question. Because you did post something that caught my eye. You said you're very bearish about Iran nuclear deal for many reasons. So I would like to hear some of those reasons. And also, even if there were to be a deal, I mean, Iran is still part of OPEC. So I would assume that they can't just flood the market, and they would be brought in under that deal again, if all sanctions were lifted. But first, I want to know the reasons why you think you're bearish on a deal happening.
Yeah. So first of all, Iran's probably at its high mark right now in terms of oil to the market, and so even if there was a deal, there's not much more that they could add. They have a lot of capability to have a lot more upstream potential, but that requires massive amounts of investment that I don't see happening. Maybe you'd see some European companies go in there, but it's just not something that would occur, short term or midterm. It would be a much more long term thing, and it would really require Iran to come back to be a much more part of the global economy. So sanctions would have to be way in the rearview mirror. So essentially, in terms of, I am very bearish on a deal. I mean, look, Iran could have had a deal on day one in the Biden administration, and Biden sort of campaigned on putting that deal back together. He was very anxious to do it. A lot of members of his team, they spent probably the first 100 days trying to get Iran to come back to the table and sign a deal, which essentially could have been the same deal they had under Obama, and Iran really resisted. They thought that they could get an even better deal. It turns out that was probably a good move for Iran because essentially what happened was the Biden administration became so sensitive to oil prices and basically looked the other way, and so sanctions were never enforced. So Iran was able to do whatever they want. So that tactic, that sort of bet that they made about not signing a deal early on with the Biden administration, that worked out well for them. Okay, so now we have Trump, and remember, Trump had a very tough policy on Iran, and I can't remember what the what the name for the strategy was at the moment, but it was very strong enforcement of sanctions. There was a lot of discussion that, Europe could have gone the other way, European companies could have gone the other way, but at the end of the day, everybody's exposure to the U.S. Financial system basically meant U.S. sanctions were global sanctions on Iran, and so you saw Iranian crude exports, drop by about 700,000 barrels a day, very, very quickly. And so I think we're approaching the same type of situation now. Yes, President Trump would like to have a deal, and they've put, I think, some options on the table for Iran. But at the end of the day, Iran is never going to agree to do away with enrichment capability and some of the other requirements for a deal. And as Tracy, as you pointed out, the recent comments by Khamenei, I think further support what I'm saying. I just don't see a deal here. And also, Trump doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver here. There were some mixed signals about enrichment maybe about a month ago. Those were quickly clarified, and there's members of Congress, there's the business community, the Jewish community in the U.S. That would not allow it. There was also this move, this sort of move by some of the more moderate factions in the Iranian regime about, this would, to appeal to Trump's deal-making incentives, and talking about the big opportunities for U.S. companies to invest in Iran. Again, that's not something. First of all, those companies would never go back into Iran very quickly without some experience that things had changed dramatically. And of course, Israel would not want to see that either. So in my view, there's just not a lot of room here. I think probably by July or August, certainly by the fall, I think we're going to see that there is no deal, and I think the U.S. will put, the sanctions are already into effect, so it's more about enforcing sanctions. Maybe they would add some more sanctions to the mix, but it's essentially about enforcing sanctions on oil. I think you would quickly see within 3 months or so about 1 million barrels come off the market, and that would have dramatic implications for prices, for geopolitics, for OPEC, for U.S. shale. Of course, a lot of people will say, well, what about China? China's buying a lot of Iranian crude. Look, this is already the Chinese purchases of crude are already part of the trade discussions with China. I've spoken to people at DOE and at Treasury who confirm this. I've seen public comments in the media about this. And if you're China, this is an easy thing because you need the oil anyway. If you're buying U.S. crude, that's another sort of benefit, trade-off that you can give to the Trump administration. They did this in the first term. So this playbook we've seen before, and I do think the Chinese will respect the U.S. sanctions on Iran, mainly because of trade reasons and trade benefits, and also to show some goodwill to the Trump administration.
Joe, we've only got about a minute left with you. I want you to talk a little bit about Alula Advisors and what you've got going on, so we could put links and stuff to send people to check out what you're doing. Give us a little insight of what you're doing at Alula.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Yeah, so I just finished at the end of last year my 4-year term as Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. That's the IEA is the consumer group of countries in energy, and OPEC is obviously the producer group. The IEF was producer and consumer countries. So we had Saudi Arabia, we had the US, we had European countries, China, India, Russia, you name it. It was sort of a mini United Nations of energy. But there's so much. I've had a front row seat to so many things here in Saudi Arabia, and I wasn't ready to leave. So to me, it's just so interesting. There's so many. I think this is in the energy sector. There's a lot of interesting things going on, but in every other sector, there are sort of very transformational things happening here, and the economy is transforming. They're very much diversifying the oil economy here for other parts to play a role in meeting budget needs. So it was just so interesting, and so I started the Global Center for Energy Analysis, sort of a think tank to keep working on a lot of the issues we just talked about. But Alula Advisors is an advisory company to help companies navigate the Saudi market, find partners, do transactions. Already doing some very interesting things here. And I'm living in Saudi Arabia. I don't even have a place in the US anymore, although I'm splitting my time, I think, a little bit more than I had in the past. But I enjoy it a lot and follow energy markets from afar, following Tracy and others I respect on X. And anyway, it's great to be with you and share, and I'm happy to come back and talk about these other topics at any time.
Well, speaking of front row
Fantastic.
seats, this was amazing, right? Joe, we can't thank you enough for your time. Learned a ton from you over the years, learned a ton from you again today, and we can't wait to have you back the next time.
Thanks, guys. Have a good week.
Thanks.
So, always
But
initial thoughts like, coming out of these, it's like a lot to take in. Very interesting.
I just want to go over the Philly Fed non-manufacturing number
Yeah.
that came out. Came in a touch. It's just a non-manufacturing business sentiment survey. It came in, prior was minus 442.7. Came in a little better at minus 41.9. So
All
there
right.
you go. And it's just the Philly Fed, it's just for that region, right? And so it's just
Yeah.
one region of the United States. That's why it's
So
not.
nothing that bleeds from there and anything else. You think it's just kind of a number that just passes us through in the night again.
Right. Pretty much.
I know that's why I had a timer on. I had heard it. I had turned. I looked. I said, "Oh, let me see what's going on with it." The market didn't really do much on it at all. But so initial thoughts on Joe. I mean, we are down ticking in S&P, but that's nothing.
I don't think it's because of that number.
Yeah.
Actually, the number was better than expected. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Joe is absolutely amazing. And he did invite me to Saudi Arabia once. I couldn't go, but I will next time, Joe, if you're still listening. So invite me again, please. He's always got tremendous insight. I just think it's fantastic. And I wanted him to really talk about, this, because it's really this sentiment in the market that is so poor in crude oil right now. And so I really wanted him to talk about what are the realities with Iran. Can they really flood the market? What's going on there? Our business is going to go there. Our sanctions, and that story is, even if sanctions were lifted, from what he said, nothing close to normal would happen for years, right?
Yeah.
So it was just really nice to talk to him about that, and also and hear about crude prices and his reasons why this deal won't go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Which made perfect sense.
Yeah. Now, for me, it was thinking that the lows are probably in, which I agree with, even from a technical standpoint. And you see crude continues to firm up on the tape over the coming sessions. The question will be what will come from the news cycle to give this market legs, because we know President Trump, and this is when we get Joe back or more oil people, I'm going to ask him, President Trump wants lower oil prices, but now I think technically low, it looks like oil's got a low in for the year, and then you've also got people saying that, like Joe, that think that low's in.
Yeah, and I mean, the CEOs, Qatar Economic Conference is today, and you had the CEO of ConocoPhillips on just this morning and said, oil growth is not happening at $50 in the United States. Like, it's just not. To keep it steady, he's, you're looking at 65, 75.
Got it. All right, Shai. Great guest. Great morning. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
We'll see you in chat. All right, let's bring in the man. Let's bring in Pharm. Good morning, Pharm. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning to everybody except for today's vol sellers, Deli.
There he goes. Well, you know what, Pharm? Yesterday, it was interesting because I'm not surprised at all about the rally in equities. Why would we be? I mean, at this point, if you're surprised by rally in equities, I don't know what movie you're watching, but the bond market, man, that thing had a 2-point ripper off the lows. And when I saw them just grinding back up, I'm like, you definitely cannot be short S&P now because the bond market had a chance to really press on the tape. And I told you guys I was long a couple of puts. I mean, I blew out of them. I saw opening ranges low of the day. I ended up calling packs afterwards. I go, opening range low of the day. I go, they don't even give you a chance to see what the market would do near the lows. They just open it up and buy them. And I'm like, you cannot fade this tape. Again, I said this morning, you can be short, you can't stay short. I mean, look we're traders. We can trade two ways, two sides of the tape all the time. Bottom line is, I am not going to fade something that is strong as this. And even on the close yesterday, I saw a bunch of buying come in. I know we're a little bit lower today, but again, that bond market move, wow.
Yeah, that's what's going to make today's bearish engulfing candle on ES even crazier, right? It's going to catch everybody off guard. I'm just trying to bully it into submission at this point. But yeah, the bond move was crazy. We bought some TLT pre-market. I was looking for those two relative equal lows to be swept out and on ZB, and it did. And took a shot there. I mean, we'll see if it continues. But yeah, that was definitely not a recipe to be selling the index. And you're right. Like, I mean, did it tick one tick below the open? Maybe one, maybe one tick. It just kind of fired right off the open.
Yeah, I mean, let's go right into the charts today. I'm going to start off with Crudele just because coming off of Joe, talk about front row seated to what's happening behind the scenes. It's very interesting to me. You know, when you get guests like Joe, you're always like, you know, you don't want to ask them about prices too much because it's not really what they follow. Of course, they follow the price of oil, but like what they think about the price. And the fact that he thinks that the lows could be in for the year is interesting. So, you know, from a technical perspective, when I looked at the crude oil market, you know, I do think that that's a really good low. I like lows like this. I mean, you could almost say the equity market looks similar, except this came deeper into it. But when you look at it, we're now firming up above these moving averages, 821 and 34. You're seeing a nice base in here. And, you know, as I said with Tracy, with Shy, you know, crude oil is so much about the fundamentals. Do we start to see news and headlines start to drive this price higher as well? It gets very interesting. And I know that crude is probably one of the more popular products that's traded outside, if not probably the most popular product traded outside of equities. And I've been starting to look at it more and more because as equities stay up where they are, it gets very difficult. I like to start looking at oil for buying. I mean, I'll start talking about it on a regular basis. I will use options for this market as well, but definitely futures too. Right now, it's just kind of just coiling in here, and there's nothing yet. Bollinger Bands are flat. That's the one thing with me is that I talk about this all the time. If there's anything that anyone could take from me about understanding market environment, the number one thing I look at is when Bollinger Bands are flat like this and moving averages are flat, it's a two-way tape. I don't love it. My favorite type of look is when you see here, when the market is either going up or down and the Bollinger Bands are moving, their mouth is open, so you have a strong trend with the moving averages going in that direction. And so like kind of what we had back here earlier in the year, and it's very similar to equities. But when you look at it now, at some point to me, I think you're going to see Bollinger Bands get tighter, and eventually you have that opening of the mouth. That's actually, if anyone has followed John Carter over the years, who I've talked with many times, this is like kind of, a lot of his trades start with this, where it gets really tight in the Bollinger Bands, that consolidation, and eventually a breakout. So we watch for crude in the coming days or weeks. We don't know what it takes, but at some point, it's very interesting for crude. Let's go to the bond market. You know, here's this. I mean, look, this is almost like I'm not even going to leave this up there. I don't even need it right now. When I look at this, double bottom, basically, I mean, made a new low. And this is that move we were talking about, everybody. You know, bond market, I know it doesn't look like much on the candles, but this is a big move in the 30-year bonds. I mean, these moves are pretty significant. I know compared to here, it's not. But for the volatility that we've had lately, going to be very interested to see, because bonds are not out of it yet. This is what I look for, and this is going to be interesting. I think it's going to bleed over into what I think in equities. But we have a tape that makes a new low yesterday. It had a big squeeze higher back up. It didn't take out a prior day's high. Today we did. We took out yesterday's high. But if bonds keep going lower, when the Bollinger Bands are going outward like that, and the moving averages are coming down, it indicates a powerful trend. I think the one thing that is a little different with the bond market I always have to keep in the back of my mind is that, like, you know, bonds, they don't run away like equities. I mean, at least most of the time they don't. There's a lot of factors here. So if rates start going down again aggressively, which it doesn't look like that's going to happen, it is always something to keep note of. Right now, the bond market just looks like a slow grinding downward trend, which means rates probably going up on the long end down the road, but it's just not happening yet. But it's something to keep an eye on. And if you're a trend trader, the bond market to me is a pretty good market to be trading. I think bonds and crudes, I'm getting like Jimmy, the Bitcoin. Those markets look a little bit easier to me than what equities look like. I mean, look at this chart, Pharm, in the S&P. I mean, come on, man. I mean, this is the daily. I mean, we've had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests of the 8-day moving average since we crossed it. In what everyone called, myself included, a bear market. It's laughable. I mean, it's unreal how firm this is. Yesterday, we couldn't even get to the measly 8-day moving average lower, and we get bid up. Bollinger Bands, mouth is open. Back above this area right here in the rectangle is the area where I told everyone I took a short. I mean, like I said, I bought a couple puts, big deal. I looked at this and go, the fact that they crossed that easily, it's opening range for ETH and RTH, and we're sitting just above it or at it right now. I just look at this and go, I don't know how you manage risk as a swing position trader like myself. It's like, if I'm long, I got to have a stop way down here. If I'm short, I mean, where am I wrong? I mean, there's nowhere, I can't even be short right up in here at all. Only key resistance I see for me, I look at old Bollinger Band peaks as resistance. It's 6,300. It's like, could we be headed there? Is that a new all-time high in the continuation? Pretty much it is. So hard to argue it with the bulls at this point. I've just got nothing for them. I mean, it's just a grinding trade higher that I don't know how much you could do. For short-term day traders, good tape. I mean, I think, just don't get too aggressive. Stay small and smart. Follow your strategy. Look at NASDAQ, same thing. Bollinger Bands couldn't come inward. Barely could test the 8-day moving average. Well above opening range for the year in the NASDAQ. I don't have that drawn on here, but everything points to probably trying to go higher. Big picture resistance I have for NASDAQ is 22,182. That's that old Bollinger Band peak. It's like, we are overbought. And I did a tweet about this the other day. People are like, I said this is one of the most oversold, almost overbought markets I've seen. Look we went oversold. We were at a 15 RSI to now an 85. It doesn't mean it's a time to sell. I'm just saying, I'm stating the obvious, Captain Obvious here. I mean, the market's overbought. I mean, at some point, you're going to get a random pullback. Technically, it's going to be hard to trade it because if you're being short, I don't know where you lean on it. This is where I kind of rely on you and look inside the tape with some, volume profile stuff. Because in here, it's like, to me, it's just drifting higher. Not a lot for me to give everybody on there. And that's what I've got. Let's see what you've got, Pharm.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that 6,300 test. Probably after coming down and taking out the 1929 lows, we should come back up to 6,300. I'm in a mood this morning. Yeah, no, I mean, look, if I go back to the daily, like, how many days have we traded lower first overnight? We open or trade below a prior day's low. And actually, I don't think we've traded below a prior day's low during cash. So it's always been overnight, right? And then we trade all the way back up and end up with a bullish engulfing candle. And I think that's a sign of the strength of the market for sure. But it can also be a bit fatiguing. And it would just be a damn shame if bulls got a little bit fatigued here in the next couple of days. Like I'm kind of joking and trying to bully it into submission here, but it does cause a little bit of fatigue when you're constantly having to come back from a prior day's low and then rip it all the way above a prior day's high. But like in a bullish trend, when the day is just grinding higher, higher highs, higher lows, one time framing higher, if you're trading lower first, particularly overnight, and I think we talked about this last week, like the dip's just going to get bought like every time. And so the last thing that you want to do in a market like this is be shorting dips, right? Like that's just the last thing that you ever want to do because you're going to get your face ripped off almost every time. So, I wrote, because I mean, there's a lot of bears, a lot of bearish people, a lot of bullish people in the room. And so when things are really bullish, I always talk about what it would look like for that to flip. And when things are really bearish, I talk about what it would look like for that to flip. And so to me, testing higher first and failing is always going to be more bearish than testing lower first when you're in a bullish trend. So again, overnight sell-offs, they just get bought. Now, this is interesting to me because, we traded higher first overnight. We did get a failed drive higher. Now, in a bullish trend, an overnight failure at a new high is less damaging than a cash hours. And this is just my opinion. To me, if this was a cash hours failure and we looked above yesterday's high and we failed and we came back down, then I would be pressing the sell button and see if I could get a break. But it is an overnight, so maybe it's a nothing burger. But that's generally what things are going to look like after such a strong trend. Is going to be a failure to continue higher that comes first, not after a seller failure. And then you start popping key levels to the downside. But the way things are right now, I mean, where the overnight low is basically at value area high from last week. So, if that's the furthest that sellers can get, then clearly they have nothing. But we talked about that 47 to 50, 59.47, 59.50 spot yesterday, and how if we reclaimed that, it was just puts were going to get really, really cheap, right? And sure enough, they got real cheap. So that's going to be key again today. And I'm actually extending it to 45.5 to 50 because we did have some single prints here, and I think it was B period yesterday. And so, I mean, as long as that remains bid, if you look on this profile over to the left at last week's profile, that's effectively where price exited, this distribution for this week. So if we can't get back into last week's distribution and leave some of this current week's volume trapped above here, then we're just going higher. So to me, this is the spot to manage risk today. If you're looking to be long 45.5 to 50. And again, until or unless we see a day open where sellers come in and they sell this below the overnight low with actually some continuation, and then ultimately a prior day low. So that would bring in today's bearish engulfing candle, which has like a 0.69% chance of happening. But that's what you're looking for to say, okay, something has changed here, because we have not, I honestly don't think since April 21st swing low, I don't think we've traded below an overnight low. Like maybe not a tick. I could be wrong. But I just took like a quick glance. I don't think we have. So that to me is like the potential change in character. But anytime you're trading lower, every single time, sellers have declined to defend a level from below and then produce a lower low during cash hours. And so you have to look at what cash hours participants are doing. Like we've had this FAFO overnight, F around and find out, where we trade lower, we crack some key levels, they're even defended from below, we make a new low, but then cash opens and it's like, it's just all buy button, right? So you have to pay attention to what those cash hours participants are doing. And so I am once again asking, this is the Bernie Sanders meme, I am once again asking for cash hours buyers to cut it out. So we'll see what that changes. But seriously though, like when that changes, that's when something is worth paying attention to, and it might be time to sell pops. So until that happens, I'm buying dips and then just cautious on rips, right? It seems like every new marginal high we get, gets sold, and then there's some kind of like pseudo bearish setup and it doesn't yield any results and it's no big deal, but I'm still not chasing rips. So that's where I'm at. we have a little bit of fun with it because, again, like half the subscribers are going to be bearish, right? And so, like, the best thing to do if you're annoyed that price isn't going down is just take longs, right? Make money and then get your runners in and then start hoping they stop out. And that's just like I've been doing that the last couple of days. And it kind of cheers up some of the bears that I'm yelling at price to, stop out my long runners, and it just never does. But that's my suggestion. If you're frustrated, price won't go down, just take longs. Maybe it usually works well. So that's kind of like the big picture where I'm at, Deli.
Yeah, I mean, look I'm somebody who always firmly believes that when I look at the bigger picture, whatever that bigger picture trend is telling us, regardless of what your bias is, because we all have I call a hidden bias. Anyone who's been around knows that we all have a hidden bias of like we want the market to go lower. We think it is because we watch things. Whatever that larger time frame is telling me when I was a short-term day trader, it's like I just get hyper-focused on one side of the market. And the problem is that most people's hidden bias gets in the way of that. And that's the most difficult thing to do. When I transition over to swing trading, it's just a little bit of a different mindset because although I'm trying to go with the trend as much as I can, a lot of times you get days or weeks or months even like this where it's like the only trade I'm going to get is probably against the trend a little bit because there's not been a pullback strong enough for me to get in with trend. But as a short-term day trader, go into your longer-term homework and just come into it and remove your hidden bias for a moment and whatever that tells you. And then when you get into the intraday, I just look for the one side of the market. Majority of my career, when I was trading two sides of the tape, I would say after the first probably 5 or 10 years, because the S&P was so much tighter, it didn't matter. But maybe you're like around 07, 08-ish time frame for me, I looked at it and said, I need to start getting more on one side of the tape, just because prices. I was always churning myself, right? And so or my hidden bias was, getting in the way of what I wanted to do. And so I think if anything, you just wait and get focused on that one setup and try to remove it. It's easier said than done, but it's like Pharm. That's why I like your homework every day. It's like when I look at your areas, it's like, okay, if we hold this area, I come in, I'm only looking long. And the reality is it takes the stress down. It takes a lot of it out, a lot of the want of the market to go lower as well out of the equation, and you just get more focused and you get better at executing within your longer term homework primary trend or whatever that is. And so to me, that's what I try to help everyone paint every morning with you and I is that mindset, because it's tough, man. When you come in, and then the pullbacks are so small. Like we said yesterday, it's like next thing you know, someone doesn't get that buy. What are they trying to do, Pharm? They're trying to short it. And you just get killed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I didn't get an entry yesterday on the long side until we were back over that 59.50 spot. I think I longed 59.51 half or something like that from above. So, they locked out that open. It was really hard to get in. So that's absolutely right. So, I mentioned the 59.45 half to 59.50-ish spot. That's again, I think I have to be long biased above there. This is a really sloppy profile overnight. Jim kind of alluded to that. We do have open single prints for the overnight session. It is at like 74, I think 75, basically. So that just means there's basically price through which we've only traded one 30-minute period, right? So we had this failed drive higher, and again, that has my attention. And then we went single prints down, and honestly, kind of shocked that this was defended up here, and they didn't fill those singles. So this, it just kind of has my hackles up just a little bit. I mean, you never know what cash hours participants are going to do, but this just is kind of sloppy overnight, and it puts me a little bit on warning that it might be a good day to get chopped up. So I'm going to be a little bit cautious here, but the trade that I like the most is, this 45 half 50. But again, the overnight low sitting above it. So now if we trade below the overnight low, it's like, well, that hasn't happened in 420 years. So maybe I should pay attention to that. So what you could do is trade it as a look below and fail the overnight low, effectively like maybe not buy it directly, right? But build a base above these 45 halves to 50s and then take it. And then if like we can't reclaim the overnight low or something, then you just like take some off and then set a stop, right? Or you could wait till it comes back above here. But like this slop in here, I was using 64 or 65 to 68 as like a key level today. And like all we did is drop volume point of control for the overnight session there. So I have zero interest in interacting there. So early edges appear to be around 75 and then kind of around 60-ish, I guess, 58 to 60. Yeah, I think it's a good day to get chopped up. And so I'm going to be a little bit cautious and let the IB set. And again, like it's longs until or unless you see that change of character. And for me, it's going to be all about 45 half to 50. Like if sellers actually get through and then offer 45 and a half to 50 from below, then I think maybe cover the buy button for just like a little bit, and at least ask yourself, what has changed? Because that would be pretty big difference to me in character. So that's what I'm looking at for today. Early rotational trades in here, bullish bias until we lose these 45 and a half to 50s.
I love it, Pharm. It's clean, clear, concise. That's what we have you here for every day. And I agree with that 45 to 50 level because 49 is opening range for the year. Again, that's the level I've been watching. I think it's pivotal. It matters throughout the whole year. The question is, when does the market actually want to acknowledge it? I mean, that's the one thing about technical analysis or levels. Everybody, it's not necessarily about my levels or Pharm's levels or your levels. It's about whether or not the market respects them, and when they do in those certain moments, how you take advantage of it. And that's the key, right? And I think you're right for like what makes this tape difficult is like if we finally do break down a little bit, are you just what do you do? Like if they were to get below the 45 half to 50 area, you have to watch it. This tape is easy to overtrade and to overthink yourself. I guarantee short-term day traders, a lot of them, when the markets are getting slower, overtrading them. I know because I've done that so many times in my life. It's like, have clear areas you want. Don't be in a hurry to get there. Be in a hurry or to trade when they get there. Be in a hurry when you get the reaction you want. That's the key. If you're not getting the reaction, if you're just all in at the price right when it gets somewhere right now, that's tough. I mean, it's because again, it's easy to overtrade this tape when it's slow. Love your insight, Pharm. Always helpful for me to see what you're looking at with volume profile. Everybody, make sure you go follow Pharm on Twitter. Check out what he's doing with his Substack. He's got his it's in the Discord as well, right, Pharm?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I got Discord as well.
Yep.
We have good
All
fun.
right, everybody, go check out my guy Pharm. Yep. He not only does he give you great insight, he keeps it light. And we will see you tomorrow, my brother.
See you tomorrow, Deli.
All right, next up, Tanya trades with a new setup. Boy, I got to tell you, Tanya, it is so clean. I see the YouTube right above your head. Look at it, right there. It's perfect. The slats on the wall, the color, it's really good. It looks great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I got those wooden slats. I was ordering them in February, so by the time I got all of them, they came in like late April, and then finally my building's handyman was not as busy like last week to put them all up, so I'm pretty excited now. And yeah, some people told me it was like an 80s vibe going on. I mean, I guess so. Now I also got some like funky glasses going on. Like that's the vibe we're doing now. So
I'm digging it. I think it looks great. I'm also digging your stream yesterday. Pharm and I were talking about it. This is not the easiest tape. And I think one of the mistakes that traders are making every day is probably, and you can say this with almost any tape, but I think specifically when you get a really quiet tape, is overtrading, overthinking, and also hidden biases, which comes to the forefront. Like traders think we're overbought. I can't be long, right? Or I wanted to be long, and the market opened up, opening range low. They jam them higher, and next thing you know, the only thing you could do is be short. The one thing that you do, you do a lot of things really, really well, but the one thing that you do is you always take the market in stride each and every day. And I think maybe we just start off with today with how do you bring that calm presence every day when you go to trade? Is it start with your preparation? What is it that gets you to that point of control before you begin to trade?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Honestly, though, like yesterday was a tough day for me. I think, yeah, I was listening to you and Pharm talking about how Pharm, he also didn't get long until after that overnight high. And that's what I did too, but I ended up taking one loss and I re-entered. And then I ended up just taking that off the table because it was just taking way too long for me to like I like to be done at the end of New York session. My segment was done, and like my typical trades take like the nice easier environments take 15 minutes to play out or so. So it was like I just took that for a small like negative point 0.3 R or something, like a small loss. And not gonna lie, it was kind of annoying to see later on, like, oh yeah, that stop wouldn't have gotten ran, and we just grinded higher to my targets later on in the session. But that's kind of the market we're dealing with now. And yeah, so like we can get into the charts here. What's interesting, yeah, like those that divergence that we talked about with NQ and ES, well, that's gone now because we saw yesterday at the beginning of the day, yeah, that opening range just push up. No retracements, kind of frustrating. And then after it hit those overnight highs, it did just kind of just start consolidating and grinding up slowly. So to answer your question about being calm, I would say, um, that's a really good question. I would say like I do a lot of things in my time that outside of the marketplace that require patience and require that aren't instant gratification. So I don't try to stay on my phone so much. I try to do things like read books, lost art nowadays, lost a hobby, um, workout. I think like, getting your energy in other hobbies that instill the same kinds of skills that trading needs so that you're practicing when you're not trading. I think that's really important because otherwise, you get fed up and then you end up blowing yourself over. So, pretty interesting market here. I'll start marking these out, but yesterday so that was an interesting thing where we had that divergence at the high, but then I also noted this at the low where ES did not take out this 4-hour low, but NQ did. So that made me think about the possible other side where, dips have been bought up. We've only been retracing very little. And then, so I was able to see that as well and been able to form the other side so I don't hang on to my bias too much. I think also with trading in general, yeah, you have to keep your ego in check, right? Because you don't want to get married to your bias. So it's all about that balance in your everyday life. And like, yeah, I mean, I also started golfing again. That's interesting because after trading, if it's kind of frustrating, I actually can't really go golfing right away because that's another mental game in itself. So it's like I think I tried once when I was like a few months ago when I first started. I just had an annoying session and then I just started like going to the golf simulator and I just was shanking every ball. It was like every single ball was going to all the way to the right. I was missing all of that like because I wasn't even thinking about hitting it correctly. I was thinking about the market or something else. So I couldn't bring myself to a clear mind. So if you're taking everyday practices where you can get to that level, then it's going to be a lot easier to drop into that flow state during trading. So if it's meditation or golf or painting or woodworking or gardening, I made a tweet about that, but practicing those kinds of things that require focus, concentration, and patience, I think. And what about you, Deli? What do you think about that? I know that you golf too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could tell you early on in my career, I had to start doing things to slow things down, and that's really when I grabbed hold of my career, was by being able to be the guy who could slow things down in the moment. I was the overtrader by nature, and the hardest thing to do is go from a lifestyle where you don't have any discipline or anything in it and then sit down and then try to, be someone different at the screens. It's an overall thing. It's not easy to do. But the number one thing that I relied on year in, year out, obviously all the things outside of what I did, I started doing yoga, Pilates, all sorts of stuff. But the one thing that really helped me was really just actually believing in my preparation. And it was one of those things where it's so easy to say, but it's one of the most hardest things to do, because as a trader, I think most of us, we come in, we prepare, especially when we're starting our career, we go in, the market moves, we want to be a part of it, we want some action, we have a work ethic that we want to do something. And what happens is that we end up doing things that just to do something. And the hardest thing is to truly believe in the preparation, like really deeply believe in it. And that's how I was able to slow so many things down. And that's really, again, I go back to why I like your stuff every day, because you draw out scenarios and I watch all the time. You follow those exact scenarios. But that's really hard to do, Tanya, because I think if more people just did that, how much that would help them. But they don't. And I think it comes down to, it's the belief in it.
I like what you just said, and that actually reminds me of something that Kobe Bryant said. He said that his confidence stems from knowing that he prepared as much as he could for that situation. He prepared, he practiced as much as he could, so there was nothing else he could do. And then if you know that, then you're more at peace with yourself, and you're more at peace with that trading day. You're like, okay, I prepared, and some things maybe didn't go my way, and some things maybe, but I tried, and tomorrow's a new day. And that helps you not get derailed, because it's just like longevity game, like you said. You don't want to get caught up in, like, you maybe had one bad week or a couple bad days. Like, that's okay. That's totally normal. I'd like to think about it in the sense of, like, okay, if I have a 30-year-long trading career, there's obviously going to be times where I got like 4 losing trades in a row or 5 losing. That's like 100% going to happen. Like, with the probabilities of my win rate, and like most win rates anyway. There's going to be times where the market shifts and I have to adjust, and then my win rate goes lower. And anticipating that, there's going to be times where, I get stopped at break even, and then we run completely higher. We run for my targets. That's literally inevitable if you think about the long-term, like, probabilities of that happening. And then you're able to prepare for that better. It's about preparing your expectations also in your head. Like, not everything's going to go your way every time. So yeah, that's a huge part of the mental game, I think, is managing your expectations of yourself, but also of the price action, the day, how it's going to unfold. And then you're able to be more prepared, and you're able to emotionally regulate better for how the day unfolds.
Oh,
So, yeah.
absolutely.
All right. So I think I'm going to go into the day now. So let's see here. We took out this low on NQ yesterday. We did not on ES. And then we took out those Friday highs, on the 4-hour, you can see. And now we're kind of dipping back into the range. So literally we're following this trend here, and ES, literally every like low was respected. ES is a lot stronger, and Q is not as strong, but we have the divergence now. I don't see why we're not going to continue higher. But I'm going to be careful about choosing my spots better. I do see here, like, the 50% retracement here is like is between this and that candle on the 4-hour. So I'll just mark that out on the 4-hour and see what's going on there on the 1-hour and 15. Because the thing is, yeah, we did break those highs on Friday, and we have fair value gaps in that range, in that leg. So that's actually kind of looking decent on the upside. So let's see here, and below 50% is in this area. Let's see here on the hourly. Yeah, same thing. We have this area. We have these lows. I mean, if I'm going to be bullish, I would prefer that these overnight lows do get swept below, and then we get bought up in here. And I'd look for like a 5-minute shift in this area, since it's on the 4-hour, yeah, to the upside. Let's see here. Same thing on NQ. We have a lot of just like it's on the 5-minute. Let's see the 15-minute. Yeah, we have a decent amount of equal lows here. I would prefer it that we sweep them out before going higher. And it looks like we could. I don't really see why. Yeah, I could see that happening. It would be ideal. I like that during London session we did consolidate. It's looking better than yesterday's open where London had to move lower first. So I would like it if we had at 9:30 we go lower first, take out these lows, and preferably into this area, which is a 4-hour fair value gap in discount, which is below 50% of this leg up. And then I'd like to see a 5-minute shift in this area. So something like that would be ideal for me. Let's see, I would ideally want to see something like this. Then we either take it out again on NQ or ES, or we stay above. It doesn't really matter. But like then I look for a 5-minute swing short-term high to get broken above, and then I look for longs back to the upside. That's my ideal scenario. Like when I look at, I like to think about what's my ideal scenario. So then when I'm ready, if it unfolds, then I'm really ready to go and put the risk down, my full risk, my normal risk, or even, if it looks A+, then sometimes I'll go double my risk. But this environment, I don't really love it too much. So I'm just going to regular risk if it does unfold like that. Yeah, I prefer it that these overnight lows get wiped out, and then we have a shift up. But if this area on the 4-hour, let's say at 10 a.m., which is when the 4-hour candle will be completed, if we just continue going lower and lower, and somehow this candle is just like a huge down closed candle that closes below this 4-hour fair value gap, I would not be looking for longs anymore, and I would kind of just sideline and just wait, because then, this whole leg up is kind of inverted and invalidated on this fair value gap, and we could just create more range. So my ideal situation is this, and same type of thing on ES. And actually, I would prefer to take the situation on ES, since it has been the stronger sister. And we've just been seeing that over and over again with it taking out highs before NQ and also leaving lows intact while NQ wipes out those lows or just sweeps below them. So that's my pre-market outlook for today.
Got it. Maybe we go to my charts real quick. I want to show everybody something. So a couple things. First off, Tanya, talking about the same thing with Pharm. What would be interesting this morning would see if the market were to take out the lows and then get back into range. I think that would be the behavior we've seen consistently. If it takes out the lows and cannot get back in within range, then we wonder if the tape has changed a little bit. So I'm glad that you drew that out, and it can be interested to see how that unfolds this morning. Last thing before we let you go, everybody, NinjaTrader Arena Challenge today. If you haven't signed up, you still time to sign up. We're going to be giving away $1,000 in cash plus merch. There's a link pinned into the YouTube chat, so make sure you go and check that out, because competition begins here shortly, and we'd love to have you compete in today's Arena Challenge. Tanya, thank you so much again for everything. Great conversation this morning with you. I always enjoy these times. We're on Monday through Thursday, 9 to 9:15, you and I, and of course you stream all day on Monday. We look forward to that. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Tanya. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck. Good trading, everybody.
All right, everyone. It's about that time. It's Tuesdays. What does that mean for Tuesdays on NinjaTrader Live? It's time to trade the open with Merritt Black. Look at that handsome dude.
Good
Oh,
morning.
that's me in frame. That's not Merritt. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's going on? Oh, you're here.
You dog.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
So what's up? How you doing?
Doing great, man. Loving life.
Good. Well, you know what? It's been pretty quiet. Have you been trading much lately?
Yeah, business as usual. Just grinding, man. It's I think people got a little bit spoiled. Don't get me started. I feel like traders always have something to complain about. Volatility's too high. Now
Oh,
volatility's too low. Everybody's just complaining every day. I just try to roll with it, embrace it, and adapt to conditions, which I was talking about the other day, is I feel like such a value add from you on this show is you're always trying to help people get a sense every morning, what are the conditions? So I appreciate you doing that for people.
thank you, my brother. Yeah, I mean, understanding the conditions are huge because for me, when I come in, it slows me down. I mean, the number one thing I try to do on a day in, day out basis is slow myself down and be able to come in and trade the tape that's in front of me. Again, it's so much easier said than done. And when you go from different changing environments, it's hard not to have acceptance when you go from something that's really busy to now. And you're 100% right. I mean, traders love to complain. Golfers love to complain, right? You go play around with golf, it's like, oh, there was mud on the ball, or look at this lie, or look at this. And it's like, but yet we love it, and we're always trying to get better in that moment, right? And the best golfers are not the ones that hit the best shots on the range. They're the ones that when they get out there and there is mud on the ball and there's something happening, that they relied on their preparation and they believe in themselves, and they have the confidence to go in and just execute the shot. That's the difference. And
Yes,
so
sir.
this is what I love about you every week. And I say this to all the time, and it's so important. And I probably say this more in your session than everybody else's, but it's like, watch how good of an executor you are of your strategy. And it's funny, I've seen you at times be really quick to get out of stuff, and then there's times where you just lay off the button and you let things happen. That takes time, right? And what do you attest to that? Because I think right now, Merritt, the one thing I've probably seen, and I have a good sense a lot of times of what other traders are doing. What I think a lot of traders are probably doing are overthinking and overtrading this tape. How do you manage that, that ability to be active when you need to be and not when you need to be?
I mean, we could talk for hours about this, but I think that a lot of traders think that they're supposed to sit down, see little bitty bar to bar movement things, little shifts in momentum, little wicks, little patterns in order flow, and they're supposed to just start clicking buttons, right? Or the market opens and they feel this pressure that they should have some sense of an opportunity or things like that. And really, I think one concept, one framework to use, which I learned from Mike Bellafiore, S&B Capital, is a playbook. How many of those traders that you're describing that are in that situation, how many of them have spent hundreds of hours documenting and building out a playbook? Start with one setup, add another setup. After you've documented a dozen instances with their subtle variations of each setup, make sure that it comes from multiple time frames rather than just one laser kind of little focus on a couple bars on one time frame. There's not enough edge there. To get a really good consistent edge, to have a good playbook trade that you build out, you got to layer in a few edges across different time frames, indicators, tools, quantitative statistical measures, whatever it is for you, the way you want to build your business. But again, to get concise, which I'm not always good at doing, those traders who are over trading this tape and things like that, I would be willing to bet that they don't have a really built out, established playbook that they trust and have put the work in to get there. So they're just kind of winging it, and winging it does not work. One of the biggest improvements I ever had in a 24-hour period in my trading was when I finally got to the point of telling myself, dude, you think you're good enough, you think you're smart, you think you got a really good read on price action and all these different things I was using. You are not good enough. The results are not there. You have to simplify what you're doing, and almost in like a religious parallel, you have to die to yourself, and you have to submit to a greater authority, which is your process, your playbook, and those kind of things. It really do be like that.
No, perfectly said. Let's go into today's trade. I see you have a position on already. I'm going to be leaving here in a couple minutes, but I wanted to see, talk to us quickly about the reasoning. Well, yeah, I know exactly. I mean, you do so much better by yourself. I mean, it's obvious. What do you, what was the reason for the short? Walk us through it a little bit here. I think it's a short.
It is, yes. So short from 32.47 spot 9 there.
Yeah.
We have put in kind of a balance this week, right? So kind of a market profile, volume profile term. That's going to be the upper edge of this balance. We could kind of highlight it right here in the price action as well, right? So what did we do at that high? We ran up and kind of just ran some stops through there, and we kind of saw a sharp reversal in the delta. We saw sellers start to pile in, and so I joined them. I'm not trying to create the market. I'm trying to, like you said earlier, I was listening. I forget if you were talking with, Pharm or whoever, but you were talking about, it's not the level, guys. It's the reaction to the level. It's that's being a trader. We're not predicting. I'm not throwing out levels saying these are, the market will turn from here. This is this kind of thing. It's the reaction. That's really being a trader. Number one is having a good contextual framework where you have good levels. Not everybody has good levels, unfortunately. And then it's being able to decipher the tape and the reaction there, and that tells you what's going on. So you got to, again, it's layering in those edges. You've got to put multiple things together to put on a really good trade. So for me, this is an area where gold's been a really interesting market. We've had just massive up moves. I talked about how it's getting a little toppy, things like that a few weeks ago. So this not only is this a price action stop run through this area, this is the value area high from last week. It's the upper edge of the distribution for the current week. And it's pretty much to the tick where VWAP is itself for this quarter. So I'm short. Who knows what's going to happen, from here, but I did my part, and I know I've put in the work, like the Kobe quote from earlier. And I don't, just like Mark Douglas taught us, I don't need to know what's going to happen next to be a good trader. I don't need to know that. I know that I controlled the things that I could control for this trade, and now it's out of my hands. And it's just another trade. Who cares?
I love it.
I'm gonna take, 57 trades this week.
I know. Interesting milestone. We just hit 130,000 subscribers. So if you're watching, please hit the subscribe button and hit that like button. That's Merritt. That's 18,000 subscribers since we started NinjaTrader Live. And we're on
Not
week
surprised.
9. That's it's almost 2,000 a week. Yeah, and
Not surprised.
it's really a testament to all of you guys. The amazing job you've done every Tuesday with us and everybody else throughout the network and everybody in chat. I can't thank you enough. To get to 130,000 is really, really great, and we're very thankful for that. Other thing is, make sure you go and follow Merritt on Twitter. Let's get that link in there so you can follow him on Twitter. And go and check out what he's doing at Apteros. Just a fantastic job. I can't tell you enough about how many people I know that have come through Apteros or have followed Merritt, done anything that he has done, and said how much he's helped them become a better trader. And you're the best, man. And I appreciate you being here with us on Tuesdays. I'll let you go. Great to see you, and I will talk to you soon.
All right, man. Let's play golf sometime soon. Tanya plays golf as well. I guess he left. Maybe he had to pee-pee. He had to pee-pee. Does Jim play golf? Does Jimmy Caggs play golf? Not very well. Does Kane play golf? Do any of the Order Flow Labs guys play golf? Kane does. You see what I'm cooking up in my mind right now. You guys know where I'm going with this. Okay, Crudele's already on it. All right. I think I'm like a 7 right now. I'm better than a 7, but I have not been playing well. I played the other day and shot a 78. A 78 with 2 doubles and 4 birdies on a difficult course. So I felt good about that round. Opening bell. Opening bell. I'm not, I'm not super interested in the NASDAQ here at the open. So let's see what these buyers can do in gold. So again, kind of like I was talking about with Crudele, I've done my job. I've secured a great trade location. I timed the trade perfectly, it didn't really take any heat. Got a really nice favorable excursion here. And I just think, you guys, some of you might be listening to how I'm talking and what I'm saying. And, I think there's a number of ways it could strike you. It could strike you as like lackadaisical or like I don't care or like some kind of weird, like I'm trying to trick myself into not caring or, something like that. It could come across weird. I understand that. But once again, like Mark Douglas taught us, if you're going to be a winning trader, there's no way around this, guys. If you're going to be a winning trader, you must learn to think differently. You must learn to think differently. That is a mandatory requirement for learning how to trade well. You have to learn how to think differently. You can't just show up with what you have. No one, no human. We call it in my Apteros, in the NADRO course, we call it the NHT and the EHT, the natural human trader and the evolved human trader. No natural human trader can show up to trading and bring all of this mess into it and just do really well. You can't. You must learn to think differently. So to dovetail this point in with something I was talking about with a student yesterday, they're struggling with managing winners, letting a core position go, letting it work, right? And I would be willing to bet that many of you here on this call have or do struggle with the same thing. So let's go back in the conversation here to what I kind of have said a few times about how I am right now with this trade. Hands off, who knows, don't care, right? That's kind of the attitude. And sure, I've developed that over years of doing it the exact oppositely and really screwing things up, caring, watching every tick, emotionally rising and falling with the P&L fluctuations, things like that. You got to learn to think differently, right? You got to learn to do a lot of things to trade well, but thinking differently is certainly one of them. We'll take a look at the NQ real quick. So in my mind, big picture NQ has been working towards a big upper target. S&P's already hit its, but 21,700s is kind of what I think the NQ is marching towards, all the way up to 22,000. So a couple of stacked references, kind of target areas up there. So that's big picture. Going back to, I think I was streaming on either April 21st or April 22nd. We were talking about that retest. That could be a really good bottom right there. Sure enough, that was it. And it's, as you've heard some other people on this stream talk about, I didn't catch swing long S&P, and I was, or NASDAQ or either, right? I was really looking for it. I really wanted to catch it. And unfortunately, once it turned, there was like a 1-day pullback. And then we had the little 2-day pullback, but that was in the middle of yearly developing value after we kind of touched VWAP for the first time. There's been no good, real nice pullback to allow people in, no bull flag, nothing like that to kind of allow people to hop into that market on a swing basis, which I think Crudele alluded to earlier as well. As we continue to step down, I've got some support in NASDAQ. We do have this overall distribution from last week. So, 21,250s, the lower edge of these volume nodes right here is kind of, we're in last week's main balance area. So nothing's really changed there. Nothing super interesting. Can you fade the edges of this zone just like I've done in gold? Yes, you can, right? So you could have shorted maybe the overnight wick during the Globex session there. We could kind of watch what happens down here at these lows and see the reaction like we've talked about today and do something. But for me, contextually, the gold setup was better on multiple time frames. So that's why that's the trade I'm in. A lot of buying coming into this market, so might just come stop us, but that's part of what we're doing here. I should have scaled some of this. I should have, taken a contract off. This was the lower edge of a recent balance from May 12th and 13th. So that is kind of the lower inflection that we do need to watch. It's also kind of support from yesterday, right? If we go to this equities pit session hours, that's the upper edge of that. So yeah, this wasn't a scalp, again, I do think that I was distracted talking, doing this show and doing different things. And so I actually didn't. No, I really can't say that because that was right before I came on, but still I'm like getting, I'm in the green room getting ready with everything and stuff. So I'm not trying to shed responsibility, but I definitely should have scaled there. I'm not just saying that in hindsight because we bounced. That actually is kind of a lower edge of that distribution. So if we revisit that, I'll watch it real closely and have my fingers on the trigger to take a scale if we start to bounce from there. Otherwise, nothing has changed. I'm really looking at 32, 50 down to that 32.35. So that's kind of that exact area right in here. We could highlight it just to keep an eye on it. Sellers hitting the tape a bit. Let's see if we can get a down rotation from this point. Otherwise, really don't want to see this retesting those highs where we ran that stop. We'll, look to cut the trade. Y'all doing the arena thing today? Oh, gold has some excess in A period at the highs, so not a not a poor high. Full port on arena. I think it's there's a lot of future in stuff like that, right? Like this mashup, if you will, from like, as we've seen huge growth in like esports. College teams have esports teams, right? Like Texas A&M Rocket League team, it's nuts. So the blending of that, and I mean trading is it could be a really good fit for that. So some of this like arena stuff, live competition where you've got like commentators kind of showing different people and keep an eye on the leaderboard and stuff could be really cool. So I'm curious and looking forward to seeing how that goes today with what Ninja's doing. I don't have a firm, hard, concrete target in gold, but I will tell you the area I'm really looking for that I will, if we find buyers and a big shift from, we'll exit from, and that's going to be just below these lows here, just below that area. Certainly an area of interest. It's on some time frames a bullish spot, which is why it's such an area of interest for me. One thesis for gold right now is that you kind of want to be swing long from these lows. And if a student of mine came and said we're swing long from those lows, I would say nice trade, nice trade. Being swing long from some older lows, like this right here, also really nice trade. So I think that's important as a trader, that you're able to see multiple possibilities. But you have to be able to balance that cognitive dissonance that comes with it. That's one I think under talked about thing in trading. Gun to my head, I could only trade market profile or multiple time frames for the rest of my life. Which would you choose? I think I would have to go multiple time frame because it's just that many much more layers of information. Market profile is fantastic. Volume profile, is fantastic. But the way I'm understanding your question is that it would be on one time frame, right? Like the daily, regular 30-minute TPO kind of deal. So I'll take multiple time frames over that. It's an interesting observation, Rogue. Ninja has the calmest set of traders that I've come across. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm sure sometimes some of us are a bit of duck on water, right? I know Stowe's talked about that, a little nervous, anxious, things like that, and how that's been a challenge for him. But yeah, we all get nervous about being on camera and doing things like that. That's just normal. But with time and good reps and experience comes confidence, comes the ability to do what I've done in this trade, which is sit back and relax a bit and not be so worked up about it. I was with SMB for about 5 years. I'm sorry for my voice here today. I yet again have caught something. All right, so gold making a little push here. Certainly coming up into that spot, so my fingers are on the trigger, to potentially scratch it. I'm not fixated on the fact that it's around a break-even point in the trade. It really is, as I mentioned earlier, I don't want to see it pushing back up towards those highs. That, in my mind, from our entry point, we created that excess. And so the higher and higher up we eat into that, especially near those highs at the top left of the chart from yesterday or overnight. Yeah, from yesterday. That's really the breaking point of this thesis for me. All right, so NASDAQ found a ton of sellers and is kind of pressing lows. So just keeping an eye on that. It's still not in an area of interest for me. So we'll keep our focus on gold here. Yeah, so gold making that push there. We'll scratch out of it. Can always see the tape shift, see something happen, and potentially re-enter. So we'll watch it. Kind of funny, A period, the first half hour, B period, C period, all just kind of running back and forth. Still some A period excess at the high though. Huh. Matt, there was nothing that came naturally for me about trading at all. I am probably one of the worst people on the planet cut out for trading. I really do feel that way. Nothing about trading well came naturally to me. Nothing. Being able to sit in a trade ties in with some of the things earlier I was talking with Crudele about. And it ties in deeply with having a process, having some rules for managing winning trades. Study those playbook trades, develop the rules around them for managing the ones that work. Have it in front of you, written down, typed out, printed out, whatever you like. Have it in front of you. And when you get that impulse to make a decision, to scratch a trade, take some off, to add to it, whatever the fleeting thought you have is, that desire to make a trade decision, reference the process, look at it, study it, and say, nope, okay. Well, I remember I had something printed out at one point in my trading that it had a few different headers, and the headers were questions. And it said, are you thinking of flattening your trade? And then, okay, yeah, actually, yeah, I'm really thinking right now, I'm really afraid of giving back P&L. That's how I feel. I feel uncomfortable. I'm really thinking of flattening this trade. Okay, here's 4 little bullet points that you have to check. And you know that the rules are, if whatever, 3 of the 4 or all 4 or whatever aren't met, then you're not allowed. So giving up control to your short-term self, giving up that control to your long-term self. You're the one that made the rules. You're the one that developed the playbook. You're the one that thinks that managing trades in a certain manner are going to make you better and make you successful as a trader. That's the long-term you. It's still you. But the short-term you, the more emotional, impulsive, fearful you, is not good. Therefore, there's the best phrase that I've ever given the trading community. My process is a better trader than I am. So that's what that means. Let's take a look at NQ. Gold is kind of pressing those highs, so it's not interesting. NQ didn't quite get down to the lower edge of that balance. Certainly and there you go. I was about to say, certainly a spot where could have put on a little scalp long, kind of wicking that weekly VWAP, but there's just not enough there for a real trade. But this market is flowing nicely short term. So here we are testing delta neutral from below. Let's see if sellers start to turn this thing here. We are in no man's land contextually in NQ. I have no edges that I'm leaning off of. If I do trade in Q anywhere in this big area, it will be purely scalping kind of order flow stuff. Whereas the gold trade was more leaning off of a level that I thought could be a good one. Turns out it wasn't. Keep an eye on gold. Okay, little rejection from the upper end of that area once more. Yeah, Sir X, I mean, it's a dark background, so you need a lighter colored bar, and I tend to prefer more neutrals rather than flashy colors. So, you know, an off-white and a gray uh, makes sense for me. I could take down the contrast a little bit, have them all be a little bit more gray. That's what I have mostly done over the past couple of years. Yes, sir. Morning, James. I am a neutral today in indices. NQ's stuck in a big old sideways balance. Just standard deviation bands around the full Globex session volume weighted average price. Hello, Chris Stapleton in my head this morning. Little scalp long in Q. Looks like it was probably wrong, so we'll snap out of it real quick before they take those lows. Sellers piling in. I like the way we had drifted down to this lower edge of today's kind of distribution, if you will, and there was really no delta behind it. And there was a little bit of a blip upward movement, and then then there wasn't. So we got out real quick. I think that I average about 1 DLL per week. Another shot at this little in Q scalp. Oh, a bunch of selling right there. We'll have to be real quick on the draw here on the exit if it's if price starts to drop. Not liking the way it's kind of wildly oscillating. Check on gold. Yeah, if you look at my batting average over the 9 weeks or whatever of streaming, you know, for the morning session, really great scratch in gold. It just, these buyers came roaring back. It was right from the area. We unfortunately did not scale, so I made a mistake there. And that trade idea is totally donezo at this point, right? So there's no sense in stalking it, getting upset, and continuing to try to short every little, you know, move higher. You got to know where a trade idea is invalidated. And then in some instances, that brings about opportunity the other way. So we might be bullish above that area. But not the case for me today in gold. So yeah, I forget if I finished that thought, but what I'm 7 profitable sessions, two negative sessions on these streams. Okay. Tried that little scalp once more. Every time the buyers have tried to turn it from this area, they end up just kind of getting stuffed. So not working at the moment. Delta neutral did hold for the sellers. Not any kind of like a big trade idea here, so nothing that we need to keep forcing or anything. I did like it, but I think I'll go hands off on it for now. Just because you always want to match up the level of aggressiveness, which includes like re-entries and things like that, with the quality of the idea. And for me, this is not a super high quality idea, so I'm not going to be super aggressive and potentially lose a lot of my DLL or whatever on a low quality idea. There's much more buying, as you see on the delta right here. Let's see if they get stuffed once more. Let's find out. Correlation. We're looking at 180-day correlation. In Q is here. Where is gold? There it is. Minus 45%. So, let's see how that's changed over half of that. Let's look at the 90-day. In Q, GC, minus 60. So a little bit stronger, but still anything around, 40, 50, 60, that's 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. That's not a very strong correlation. Buyers got stuffed again. So it appears, so far from what I'm seeing on the tape and the interaction between buyers and sellers, buyers just unable to maintain dominance so far during the pit session here for any period of time outside of this really strong rip. My job with the tape a lot of times with my scalping and what I try to do there is to go with the side of the tape that's strong and fade the side of the tape that's weak. So, when you go all the way back to that, the first time I tried the little scalp long, well, we had just seen really strong buying and really weak selling on the retrace. So to me, we had a potential there for that to persist. It just didn't end up that way. So, not a good looking chart for NASDAQ short term. Let's go check out gold. Look at that. Wow. Let's see what a pullback looks like at gold. See if we can ride this potential uptrend that's developed here. Certainly a better trading market than the NASDAQ right now. Yeah, you know, with crude, I'm really interested in crude cracking to the downside and potentially hopping on board with that. Really, really flaggy, grindy up move since the low on May 15th. We could easily get back down to 5780s, 58 kind of area, 5780s, 58 even. So that's certainly something we can keep an eye on today. Six, 33, 31. Not much of a pullback yet. Yeah, PB, you know, I think on a hold above this level, if there's some type of, you know, retracement, some kind of place where you can define your risk. As I said earlier, when I was short gold, I was talking about that bull thesis and how I could certainly see that, how you could be swing long gold and higher targets and things like that. So the short got invalidated, and there's certainly room to the upside. But you definitely want to journal why you missed it. Where was your focus at the time? Were you aware that you should be pulling the trigger and couldn't for some reason? Journal that, explore that. Or was it, again, an attention thing? You got distracted by this or that, watching me, you know, whatever it is. Start to figure that out if you're someone who has enough missed entries to where it's kind of a problem. Start to find those patterns and reasons for that. I've done some meditation in the past. I certainly pray a lot at this stage of life, but I don't meditate, but I do pray, which is very meditative in a sense. Take a peek at NQ. Yeah, rather than just at the end at the review, make sure you try to do it in terms of journaling in real time. Like right now, as soon as you are feeling that FOMO and know that you were supposed to be in, get some good thoughts on paper right then about it, rather than just at the end. I think here in a minute we are going to hear from Jimmy Caggs on a little update with the arena competition today, so that'll be cool.
Merritt, how you doing, man?
Hey, good. How are you, Jim?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I got some results so far. All right. So this
Let's
is a
see.
leaderboard. This is a leaderboard. Now, at the top, we have the real contenders for the title, right? Interstellar up $23,032.80. Not far behind is
That's
Soren,
on a 25K
17,000
account?
on a 25K account. But remember, these are day trade margins.
Yeah.
So you can go a 5 lot in the E-mini S&P, 5 lot in the NASDAQ, 5 lot in crude and gold. As long as your day trade margins don't exceed that 25,000, you're good to go. So you could employ a lot of leverage. So a lot of times these contests have a lot of YOLO, YOLO kind of trades, but there's also some really good traders here too. The future traders, though, I managed to trade my way back to only minus $98 this morning, and but I only have to beat Leo and Stowe, so that's my
Look
only.
at that. Look at that.
Stowe started a little late. He started a little late, and he'll be. I know he's going to hit it hard this afternoon, so we got to be careful there. But that's where we're at so far. It's going to be a long, long day.
For
And
Leo, looks like it's going to be a real long day.
no. Leo's been swinging. Leo's up 2 grand, down 2 grand, up 2 grand. He's
I'm just giving him a hard time. Leo and I have like a running, give each other a hard time kind of bromance thing going on, so it's fun.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. You know what I did to change my luck a little bit too, Merritt, I changed the color of my market profile to my volume profile to powder blue, Carolina blue instead of the orange that I had. So we'll see if that helps.
All right, got the shirt to match.
Absolutely. The other thing I did is I added a Keltner channel here, which is kind of it's a little different than Bollinger Band's Keltner.
Yeah, they're a little more
Keltner
stable, a little less reactive to the changes in volatility. Yeah.
Yeah, and they react off to ATR as opposed to the Bollinger Bands. But in any event, this is looking a little bearish to me, but I love this volume profile here. That's why I'm just not hitting the short button left and right, because it's a really, really nice Gaussian distribution there, point of control right there. So we'll see if I can get a couple contracts short.
Nice. I'm rooting for you, Jim.
All right. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you, man. Anyway, so all right, Merritt, back to your charts, man. I just wanted to give that little update.
Cool. That's fun. All right, let's check gold. Kind of more of a stall than what I would call a pullback so far. It is right in front of that next zone I have there. I've kind of got FOMO with the competition. I'm competitive. I love stuff like that. Kind of wish I would have done it. Well, Leo, I got Leo on the brain. Con, we have we had a nice distribution here that I was short from initially, and we've had a kind of a nice contextual shift. There are reasons to see the long side for gold. So I scratched out of the trade, somewhere over here, and it's just ripped since then. And there's higher targets, right? 3360s, 3330s. So somewhere in that 3330 to 3370 range, I think is where gold could get to. But it's just not pulling back as we make a new high here. I trade pullbacks, not breakouts. Let's check on crude. Kind of a poor low on the session. Crude's peering over the edge. It doesn't mean it's gonna crack, but my charts are telling me that if crude does kind of take that little dive off that edge and start to press pretty much anywhere lower than where we've got to on the session, that again, 57.80s to 58 is kind of a spot where I think that could run. So it's nice that we've got a couple markets to keep an eye on that have some decent potential movement. So we'll watch that. In Q, just kind of still acting sporadic. Look at all that buying that just came in again. So we are seeing something of a continuation in the strong buying. So what do we mean by that? We have the strong buying that happened here. Not as much selling, right? Kind of flaggy little channel there on this down move here. And then we have the strong buying again. This time we got through my highlighted delta neutral 0 area. So it kind of puts back on the board for me what I was trying a couple times to get long right here. If we get some kind of a little weak pullback into this area, I could look for something. Just scalping things back inside this range, right? Just looking for a little traversal of this. So let's keep an eye on if bulls can maintain delta neutral, if we can get a pullback, and how strong those sellers are during that pullback. So let's see. Chat, should I be a total degenerate and join the arena challenge and just start absolutely gunslinging? Should I do it? It's not like it's a crazy good session otherwise. Lean hogs. We might have to pull up the lean hogs. Last time we pulled up lean hogs, they went nuts right after we pulled them up. Maybe we could do that again. All right, I do. Let me try to turn this live account day around here. I am kind of proud of my good batting average on the stream here. So let me stalk this potential long, and then we might swap over to that. So Savannah or whoever, if you could set me up on that, or if you need me to. I know I saw a link to do that the other day. If you need me to go click that link, just let me know and I'll start potentially doing that. Not a great move from buyers so far. Might need to see a little bit more of a better rhythm, deeper pullback, complex pullback. So they start to push towards the low. We'll scratch it out and then see if there's a reentry. Scratch it out. There's some selling. Not a ton though. Notice how the delta's not really pressing low as we kind of push a new local low. Great scratch out there, standing aside. Popped back in there. Can we get a little continuation today? So far, we have not. Nayland, a delta neutral from above is a bullish order flow feature. So it's supportive of the current trade. Ooh. Let's see if we can get to 500 likes. If we push this thing to 500 likes, then I will swap over and we will start just going nuts, slinging max size in the arena competition, seeing if we can chase that 23K trader down. Gunslinging. All right, where's the buyers? We need them to show up to support this thing. Right now, it's just kind of a drift higher off of not very good delta. And there's the sellers taking it all back. We got to scratch that out. Trump on the mic right now. Thanks, Tracy. Gold's still kind of stalling out at this next level I have. Crude not pressing new lows yet. Yeah, Wu says dullest first hour in queue for the past 3 months. Tell me about it. Hopped back in the in-queue scalp long. My timing has been good today short term. You know, I'm getting in with little momentum shifts. Just one of those days where other than that initial gold position I was in as I came on stream, just not getting follow through. As you can see, the NQ is essentially wedging here. If I could take my hands off the hotkey to show you, I would. But if you connect the most recent two little swing lows, right, it's an upward trend line off the lows. And then if you connect several of the past swing highs, it's a downward sloping trend line off the highs. So NQ is compressing, getting tighter. And that's how things go, right? They ebb between price expansion and whatever you want to call it, balance, digestion, consolidation, whatever. But let's see if we can get a little expansion to the upside. I'm not asking for a trend day or anything, but would be good to see a little bit of a rotation, right, off these potential lows here. There's certainly stops up there near VWAP. So if the market can get a little bit of a push here, there's certainly some stops looming above the recent swing highs. All right, this time around, we are seeing the buyers lift the delta, if you notice. So that's a much better indication of some energy behind it this time. Rogue's asking for that trend day, asking for it. On a serious note, don't ask for those things too hard. If you can get to a point where you're actually not rooting on your position, asking, begging for the market to do something to make you whole, that you don't want to be there. So, I know we can be lighthearted about some of this stuff, but on a, me, I'm a little bit more serious. On a serious note, you really do want to avoid rooting real hard for positions, because that's just going to set you up for disappointment. If you get disappointed, you lose objectivity and you start doing stupid stuff. I'm just going to move this stop in because this thing needs to give a decent, clean move up for me to stay in it at this point. I'm not interested in, again, a stop below a swing low or anything in this absolute kind of garbagey mess here. So either buyers are going to maintain control, we're going to get a decent amount of upward momentum, right? Kind of following something like this. Could go a little more vertical, right? It could do this. But somewhere, in between this zone is kind of what I'm looking for. So therefore, I place that stop, as you see, right outside that zone. So if it's not going to maintain that momentum, I have 4 32-inch monitors. I also have a lot other responsibilities and things that I have to look at, right? I got to keep up with 20 desk traders. I've got to have a monitor dedicated to watching a dozen different markets at once at a glance. Discord to be able to communicate with my traders, our community sites to be able to work with students and do things like that. So, I need more real estate than the average person. But probably 75% of my quad, setup is trading related. All right, so we're finally getting a decent push. We've got decent delta. I'm not going to forget to scale out of this one. Can we rip some faces off? There it is. There it is. That's people dying right there. We'll take some off. Watching it real close, just milking it for everything I can here. Quite a bit of a stall. I'm not going to allow this to really retrace much at all. And we're probably at the point where it needs to retrace. Most likely thing is to retrace. So I'm watching very intently, very, very focused, very much athletic, physical, senses heightened, you know, like that type thing to be able to react very quickly. Okay, there we go. Great trade. We did it. Oh, only 387 likes. We did not make it to 500. That, you know, Moritz, that's a great question. And I actually had that internal thought myself. I thought about addressing it with you guys, but just chose not to at the time. But I mentioned that I kind of wanted to keep that track record going of these live sessions and you know the high daily hit rate, if you will, probably a low win percent overall, but you know, most of the days profitable. That you never want to allow that to influence a trade, right? So if you'll notice, I was already looking for those long scalps before that comment that I made, and it was just I was continuing that after. So hey, nice, Con and um, who else? Somebody I saw caught the long trade there as well. Nice. Oh, chill guy. Okay, we're at 437. Let's see if you guys can push this to 500, and we will become a daddy pig. daddy pig. $465. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, I thought Leo was trying to get some kind of a side bet going. Hey, if you want a side bet, let's get a side bet. I'll take the handicap. Sure. Thanks. You want to dance? $481. Oh, the runner on NQ, I really don't like that. Obviously, buyers are in control of the tape. There's some, we've gotten delta neutral. We're, starting to test above VWAP, things like that. But, obviously, if we go look at this little chart over here, look at how these highs are, we could run stops through them, things like that. But NQ is not trading well today. It is in a multi-day balance area, and it's struggling to even actually test the extremes of that. And so, no, it's just not a contextual situation that I want to have a runner. If you want the explanation for the execution to join late to the stream, all you have to do is rewind it. Whenever you want to come back to live, you can hit that live button. Just rewind it like it's an old video. You can go see how everything evolved in real time. Okay, so 484 likes. We are very close. So how do I do this? Contest account. Let's just do this, huh? These guys are toast. I'm coming for them. We need for the chat to be able to like place bets. We need like a big chalkboard up somewhere. So I put on a short right there. See how we react to VWAP. Got a couple, this is like a potential area for a bounce. Saw a little buying. We'll take it off. Let's keep up with our $800 on that. Little scalp long. Just based on the way we just came into VWAP there and found a little bit of buying, I'll just join it real quick. Oh yeah, let's just run them. The question is the guy in the leaderboard that's like up 23K, is he just gonna sit there and like play it like a you got a comfy lead, you're gonna kind of play it a little differently, or is he gonna keep gunslinging, potentially make some mistakes and let us catch him? I'm gonna put like a little break even stop here. Yep. Three minutes. We can get more granular than that, can't we? How about 300 volume? Let's get in here, Let's get in here. I missed my hotkeys. I don't have hotkeys set up here. Oh, the move to break even got us.
right, we are back. Hey, Merritt.
Gentlemen,
Hey,
Hey, get
Merritt.
off my stream. Back off, Stowe. Today is a competition day.
That's
I
right.
know you and I have been friendly, but today ain't that day.
Are you
Yeah.
Merritt? Are you in, Merritt? Are you in the contest?
I'm in. I'm up 785.
All right, this changes everything. Here's why. Because now I would propose it's me and Merritt versus Stowe and Leo.
Okay, cool. I hope Leo's doing good.
I'm getting my ass kicked right now, but I'm just hanging on, man. I'm hanging on.
Leo, are you in the chat? Did you hear that? I'm gonna need you to put me on your back, bro.
Pick it up, buddy. Pick it up.
Oh man, I'm phoning a friend. Merritt, are you there? Oh my God. Crazy, man. Yeah, so let's can we pop up the leaderboard real fast?
Yeah,
And just
pop
kinda
it
see
up.
where
Let's
everybody's
see.
at. Or the non-leaderboard? Me and Stowe are fighting for the basement here. Oh, you know what? I have to share my screen. Maybe we can't do that. We'll do that after Merritt's done.
Okay, cool.
I may have it here if this is this live?
There you go.
Oh Lord. I got all day, baby. Everybody
That's
loves
what
to
I
come back.
That's what I said, and it's already 11. Oh
What's
my
what's your take on the market overall right now, Stowe? You got like a strong read either way?
No.
No?
That was the worst part. I was trying to get
Well, if somebody has a super strong read on like NASDAQ today, then I don't understand their market methodology, that's for sure,
Same.
right? Like it's yeah.
I was just trying to, I was trying to push in with this. There was that big seller that came in after we lost the overnight low. So I spent a good bit of time trying to push with that guy. He, of course, got run over, just like me. And then, yeah, I flipped long. I was able to scalp some back. And then, this seller is back up here absorbing at 450s now. I tried up. Yeah, they're going to take me out here.
Yeah, I just took this drop right here. Ho, ho,
There's the
ho,
seller. There he is.
push them.
I got to try to.
Baby needs a new pair of shoes. I'm out. Ooh, you boys are in trouble.
See, that was a quick run back to the open. I'm trying to jump back in.
You got to be quicker than that.
Yeah. But no. It's just been a choppy mess, and I've been in the middle of it getting chewed up. What about you, Jim? What have you been trading today?
So I did okay in crude.
Okay.
ES is looking good right now because I'm short.
Nice.
Gold, I got my ass kicked, and I'll be honest with you, I literally did the opposite of what I said I was going to do when I was talking with Deli and Shai this morning. Literally the opposite. So I deserve to get my ass
Jim didn't
kicked on
trade
that.
his plan.
Jimmy.
There was a FOMO emotion. It was every single rule violated in one trade.
Hey, Jim, is the Outer Banks anywhere? Is that like remotely close to kind of where you are?
Not really. The problem
Okay.
with Outer Banks is it's hard to get to.
I know.
It's a little bit brutal. No, I mean, if I was to drive there right now, it would probably be a 12-hour car ride. It's pretty long.
12?
Yeah, maybe 10, but it's far.
I think it's
far right.
9 from Nashville. That's nuts.
Yeah, I know, but I got to go up and down and over. It's a weird route.
Gotcha. Wow.
Yeah, once you get to it, then you still got it's like 2 more hours just on the islands just to get to the thing.
Yeah,
I'm going in a
for
couple
sure.
weeks. I've never been. I figured you might know something about it, but I guess,
No,
I have a
I've been there.
major geographical stupid brain. I am bad at where things are. So
Yeah, where are you staying? I've
Really?
stayed in Corolla a couple times, which is kind of in the north part of the Outer Banks.
you You might get a little chuckle out of this. I have no clue. My wife, she planned. I literally just show up. She tells me like what temperature it's gonna be, so I can like throw something in a bag, and I show up. She's got all the kids taken care of. It's I live a pampered life.
That's awesome.
I love that. I love that. I'm just going to type in real quickly here directions and let you know. But no, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, I stand corrected. It's only a 7-hour car ride.
Okay. Okay.
So, but yeah, no. You
Buying this
literally
here.
have to. Yeah, it's
Trying
a
to,
big
yeah.
place too. Come on, computer. Why is my data wrong? How come I don't have bigger P&L?
Yeah, Jim, I'm gonna be sending my best excuses to the broker at the end of this day. Cat took this trade.
I thought I was in another account. Is that my trade?
You know, I had a prop trader of mine tell me that the cat started doubling down on a position very like methodically, 2, 4, 8, you know, and
Yeah.
even sent me a picture of the cat. I wasn't buying it. Oh, the
Man.
break even stop got me again. See, guys, break even killed me. Break even killed me. This is why you don't go to break even quickly.
This seller is still partying. So much two-way today.
Well, it makes sense. You know, we're chopping around in the middle of a multi-day range here.
Yeah, for sure. I need a trend day today, Merritt. I need my perfect setup so I can win. I don't know why the market didn't grant me that wish, but they certainly haven't. Jim, did
Hey,
you
we
like
got
your
over 500 likes. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, nice. There we go.
Whoa.
What?
What happened?
What's going on? Jim, talk to me, buddy.
I don't know, man.
Did you just get liquidated? What happened, Jim? Did you
No,
get
no.
stopped?
I just took a position. I just got out of a position.
All right,
But
nice.
but
Nice.
like it's not nothing happened when you reacted like that. What happened, Jim?
Was you watching
Oh,
different market?
So no, okay, I'll explain it to you. No, I was short 4 E-mini S&Ps, and then I caught that big breakdown, and I just got out of them.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
so that was when you noticed that the market was handing it to you, retracing.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, exactly. I had my eye on the session point of control the whole day, and that's 59.60. So, you know,
Okay.
every single candle except one since pre-market, since 9 to 9:30 candle traded through that price. So that's price happiness right there for today for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was such a good long off the lows. I had that break even stop and it got me. Oh.
Yeah, we're just in the middle of everything up here right now.
Yep.
Oh boy.
It's wild,
Is this
wild.
a Keltner channel here? How do you
I have it in mine. You guys aren't looking at my screen, right? No, you're looking.
No,
What do you
no.
have still?
Those are just the view up bands, Merritt. The top and bottom. This
Oh, it's Bollinger. It's Bollinger. Oh, I'm sorry. Your screen is the one being shared. So I was asking
Yeah.
about my screen here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Like the default template on Tradeovate or whatever here is it's got some Bollinger Bands on there.
Oh, nice.
There we go. So Merritt, you could hang out if you want. Commentary on Stowe.
No, yeah, stay. I'm gonna
For
try to.
sure.
I guess we're just playing this 96 point range for now. I don't know. I really wanted to see that break down, but it didn't. It did not break down. I was looking for that weekly open, but I got stuffed. Me and that other seller, we got stuffed.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Well,
do
you
want to
know,
show
during that earlier moment where when you were shorting below those overnight lows,
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. Well, once we retraced kind of back up into that range is where I started trying to pick some spots to buy. And it was like we just, for the longest time, I took like 3, 4 stops and scratches where it just could not find those buyers.
Yep.
So it's not a great day for clean momentum continuation. It's kind of a tough session.
Yep. We'll get it though. We got all day.
That's right.
Jim.
We do. I know. I'm getting.
I'm not
yeah, I
leaving
know.
this spot. I'm going to order lunch.
I know.
Have it delivered.
Let's go.
I canceled all meals. I canceled all meetings. All meetings are canceled. Meals are canceled.
Meals are
I'm not
canceled.
moving.
We're all chasing this $250.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what's
Let's
going
see,
on
what's
in my
the
other
front
trade.
month gold? Oh, it's June.
It's June, yeah.
Yeah.
Right now we're breaking off the lows here. I better put an order in probably, huh? We got a lot of stuff on the downside on gold, a lot of areas of interest right now. But we also have this huge volume deficit also, which is not good. So I get
Volume
a couple of
deficit?
questions. Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Here, could I show my screen really quickly? Is there any way we could do this, Mission Control?
Yeah. One of us.
All right. So Merritt, just really quickly, and we'll toggle back to you in a second.
I stopped.
All right. Let me do that. Because someone else asked something as well on a trading ladder question. No worries. Take your time, big guy. We have the hardest working production staff behind the scenes right now.
They are good.
Yep. They're running the show a lot better than I've been running these trades today. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. So, no, I'm not that. We're not up yet. I am up yet. Okay. Real quickly. And this is for, Shab told me that, hey, people are asking how to use the trading ladder with a single click on the stop. You're going to right click in the border. You're going to get this window that pops up, and there's a properties selection. You click on that, you get this pop-up menu, and then make sure you have middle mouse button is stop market checked on your trading dome, on the Superdome. Middle mouse button is stop market is checked. Once you do that, then all you need to do is use your middle mouse button. And whoopsie. I'm maxed out. I can't put this trade on because it's I only got a 5
He's
left. But
leveraged to the gills.
Jim's at his position limit. Everybody.
We'll do it. We'll do it in
any other way to trade?
Just use your middle mouse button, boom, and it's a single click then. That's how you do it. All right. Anyway, sorry about that. Volume deficit in gold. I know I use these words that aren't really relevant, but let me just kind of show you. I'm going to use my region highlight tool, and this is a session volume profile, and you can see all of this little tiny volume. There's not a lot of volume here, not a lot of price happiness. We didn't spend very much time there. So you got a volume node on top and a volume node on bottom. And so when I say volume deficit, I'm referring to that area. That's all.
Okay.
Gotcha. Cool.
Is there really somebody up 25K right now?
I got to manage my trade better, but anyway, we could switch back. We could switch back, guys. I'm going to go ahead and unshare, and then
go to Stowe. Yeah,
I want to know what market the leader is trading to be up 25K right now. What market had a trend day today? I need to switch charts.
We're going to catch. We're going to catch him. We're going to catch him.
We're going to catch him. We're going to catch him.
Jim, can we make a call and get our position limit increased a little bit?
Do I know somebody? Oh my goodness. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, listen, I'm gonna back out. You guys, Merritt, stick around as long as you want. You could share your screen if you want. Stowe, do your thing, and we'll keep rolling here, guys.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim. We should have done that yesterday. I could have put everybody in that cartoon. I spent way too long making a cartoon version of Jim yesterday, but I had a lot of fun.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah.
I missed that. I
tweeted it.
Nice.
The bet I have with Jim, I don't know if that got shared earlier or not, but he has to, if I win, he has to send me some Charleston stuff. Something, I'm hoping it's barbecue. And if I lose, I have to send him a bunch of Pittsburgh stuff.
Okay.
So he's going to get some pierogies probably. I don't know.
Pierogies, nice. That's a That's a very Pittsburgh thing.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, we're famous for the pierogies. Our baseball team, that's the mascot race is a bunch of pierogies that run around at the 7th inning stretch.
Oh, that's funny. Down, I know that was it when I was in New York, the minor league team in Long Island had the pizza rats.
Oh yeah,
That was
yeah.
pretty good following that viral video.
Oh man, that's awesome. That's a really great ballpark. Are you talking about? Is it the Coney Island one?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yep.
Or is
Yeah,
this no, it's Staten Island.
Oh, Staten Island. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been to a
Wait, is
game at
Coney
the.
Island on Staten Island?
I think it's on Long Island. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't-
on Long Island. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to get.
I went
punished
to the
by
hot dog
New
eating
Yorkers.
competition there once.
Sick. That's awesome.
Joey Chestnut.
It's trying to hold this. This buyer's trying. I don't know. I don't know what this thing's gonna do. It's probably just gonna be a 100 point range day. Just might have to buy the bottom and sell the top
Yeah.
forever to get ahead of this guy. But yeah,
I bought gold as it kind of wicked some lows and just kind of playing, you can see today's volume distribution, kind of playing it back towards the mean. We'll see. It's really stalling.
come on, baby.
So you're an artist.
Yeah. Well, I was a musician for a very long time. Yes, that's what I
Right.
did primarily. Yeah, it was a weird 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah. Yep. I got out of the like touring stuff maybe like 4 years ago. When I had my kid, it sucked. And
Yeah.
I've seen that. I've seen touring. There's not really many touring musicians that are able to hold a family and a good touring career at the same time.
Yeah.
And I've watched a lot of that fall apart. So I was just like, I'm going to duck out of the touring world. And then I ran a small record label for like 15 years, give or take.
That
But,
is awesome, dude.
Yeah, it was weird. It was a weird time.
You
But
ever
I've
think
always-
about coming to Nashville?
Yeah, for sure. I've been there a couple times just to play, but when you're touring, you don't really get to see anything except like the bar that you're in that day.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, you're in Nashville. I was thinking, my wife and I were thinking about making a trip down this summer. She's always wanted to go and like see.
Come on, man. Hit me up when you do.
I will. We want to go to like Bluebird, I think is what it's called, Bluebird Cafe.
Yep.
And there's another spot that's in a new Jason Isbell song. I can't remember what it's called.
Jason Isbell used to play my backyard, like
Really?
little parties and stuff growing up. We're
dude.
from like right down the road from each other. He's from Green Hill, Alabama.
Okay.
I'm from Killen, Alabama, on the other side of that. So,
No way.
oh yeah,
That's so
my mom
cool.
catered his wedding.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Wow, small. Yeah, it's a super small world, but he's an amazing artist.
He's a real songwriter, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he's one of my favorites for sure. Have you ever heard of a guy called John Moreland?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, if you like Jason Isbell, you should look up John Moreland. He's
Okay.
he's also amazing too.
Cool.
Real proper songwriter.
Nice.
They're not even going to give me this +1, Merritt. They're not even going to give me this fill at 426.
All right, I'm coming out of the gold trade for $950.
Well, you gotta share your screen again so we can flip back and forth and see your fills.
So they just, took out these lows here and kind of started to turn it. So I hopped on.
Oh yeah,
It
nice.
just took quite a while. I don't know. Maybe I was a little too reactive there to the sellers from that kind of upper Bollinger Band. But yeah, good risk on.
Man, there's so much This 420 spot, it gets stuck. So every time we're here, it drives me crazy. There's always like somebody with something to prove right at that level. On
Huh.
NQ, we've had like, I don't know, 900 lots go through that price, and then 430 also.
Huh. Yeah, that's the meat of the volume for the day, right?
Yeah. If I could just talk to that seller and be like, "Hey man, I got this contest today. I'm trying to win this barbecue."
Oh man.
It was a pretty good. So I was looking at the overnight, like when I start everything, I always start everything at this 3 a.m. European session to try to see if I have a good pivot point. And they were mostly long until till the open. Then we lost it, and then now we're working below it. That's also why I was trying to press these lows.
Yeah, in my opinion, NASDAQ has not gotten out of bed enough today to test any major inflection. Like
Yep.
for me, like for us to even get a sense of what this market is feeling like, we need to be testing either 330 on the downside or 470. Like we need to test those areas, and it has been unable to do so.
Yep, I agree. I would love to see 330 again. Even though I
Yeah.
just said last week that I was tired of seeing that price, I would love to see that again. That was another sticky spot that's been sticky since we've been in this range. We're building so much higher than we left, though. So I don't know. Higher time frame bullish, but watching for that pullback, assuming we get it eventually. I don't know. Yeah, not much info on NQ today.
Yep.
Give me this fill, you turkeys. Get to +1. You know you want it.
You know you want it.
We got this other guy on here at 208. Or at 429, there's this 200 lot again.
Mm.
Just piling in here.
So as someone who doesn't follow things like that and keep track of those things, do you find yourself more so seeing large size and then using it as like potentially as a backstop, or do you wait for it to drop and you see that as a potential area for a burst? Like how do you use large size practically?
So, couple things. I kind of see them as like, if I see large size coming into NQ like that, it usually means like I'm gonna get chopped around in here until this person is gonna be done doing what they're trying to do. Sometimes when there's large size on there and you get to that price, I like to see if they pull that order and move it somewhere else. So if this gets up here and doesn't get filled, sometimes they'll pull this and just slap it 10 points higher. And that to me is like they're trying to tease it higher maybe. So I'm watching for this to get pulled and then to see bid reaction off of that. Like if buyers want to still push through that spot. Other than that, I don't really think it means anything other than it's annoying.
Yeah.
If oh, nice, I got that fill. Good.
+1.
Yeah, +1. So yeah, it's just a sign that I'm going to get chopped. So he did get filled just then. So now I'm going to watch to see if buyers want to press this, or if that seller got filled and then we see seller initiation. Maybe we can glean some knowledge off of that. But like it filled and now it's just sitting here. So
That was quite the kind of blip into that, right into VWAP.
yeah. Yeah, they
VWAP
crossed.
for the Globex session.
Yes, 24-hour. Yep.
I'm going to short it here.
That's not a bad short. Seller stepped on it too.
I like to look for something I call late rotation capitulation.
Okay, what's this?
So like we've been working higher, right? We get into VWAP there, which is, you know, also the +1 RTH or whatever. And you see that almost like a last gasp, or maybe shorts getting stopped finally. You see that like skip of the tape almost.
Yes. Yep.
And then if you see it start to turn a little bit and drop a few levels of price, little momentum shift, you know, I banged in for it there. So
It was a good
it's,
retest too.
yeah.
And then so here's another 200 lots up at 436. So when I see this, it's like obviously somebody's trying to get something done up here, and you know NQ is so thin that to get 200 lots filled, you know, every 10 points that's going to take, I don't know, half an hour at least. So I don't know any intention, but
Small passive seller on that retest, and that's right into Globex VPOC. I'm not sure where your VPOC is for RTH.
I've
Looks
got
like it's the
RTH VPOC is at 395.
okay. Can we trade 5 NQ and 5 GC at the same time?
That's a good question.
Is it just a per market?
I'm not sure. I only have NQ up, so I'm not able to check another market, and I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to blow my chart's mind. But yeah, try it. Pull up another DOM. Merritt, do you say? I know we say VWAP differently. How do you say DOM or dome?
I know you guys hate it, but I do say dome. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I do say it.
Well, Jim says dome too. I noticed that today.
All
right. I bet we can.
Isn't a dom like some kind of mobster term? Is it someone or is that a don?
That's a don.
A don.
Well, I'll have to ask. We'll see why Jim says dome. Maybe there's some hidden meaning behind it that we're not aware of yet.
I'm still kind of shook by that reaction that Jim had.
Me
when
too.
He realized that
I was like, "What happened?"
S&P had retraced. I was like, is my feed delayed, Jim? What's happening?
Yeah, I was worried. But that's Trader Jim. We haven't got to see it yet.
I know.
I love it. I love it. I'm going to add one here.
Okay, I love that. I love that for you.
We'll see. We'll see if they're going to pull back into value. That's fine, but
Nobody smacking bids yet. Price is just kind of like testing lower.
yeah. I'll get this 436 guy. We'll see. He wants to get filled. I'm going to move this up. What's this? Okay, 407. I am trying to keep my risk relatively normal today.
Oh, really? For the arena?
Well, so I normally trade four micros on the show. So I'm just doing that with minis today.
Okay.
But I still want to keep my 15-point stop loss, still work on my R the same way. Yeah.
Man, that is really admirable.
I don't want to.
I'm over here just slopping it around.
Well, if I'm not careful, this will. I don't want this to bleed into tomorrow when I have to trade my money again.
Yeah.
You know how that can go. But yeah, so today, as I'm trading minis instead of micros, I have the opportunity to lose 10 times the amount.
I love that.
Oh man, I should look at the chat. I haven't said anything to the chat. Good morning, chat. Sorry, we're partying.
We're vibe trading.
We are vibe. This is literal vibe.
We're in the arena.
Ah,
Look out.
yep. Got one bullet left. I'm gonna try add it right there.
I hit the exit door right there.
Okay.
Just scalping little momentums.
Okay. The bid's stacking up again.
Hey, Jimmy's up $1,400.
Oh man. What did he do? Did he put a cheat code in after he got off the stream?
He has like the ability to just create new accounts every time he has like a losing trade. He just creates a new one. Classic sim trader.
Yep. Classic. No, I do not doubt Jim's acumen. I'm gonna start. Maybe I should start shopping for those pierogies like right now.
Are pierogies is that a Polish food? Is that what
Yes.
that is? Yeah.
Yep. So here in Pennsylvania, it's pretty difficult to go to like any church or anything in any small town or suburb that's around here without there being a bunch of little old ladies on Saturday like selling pierogies that they hand rolled. It's a very it's a very niche Pennsylvania thing. I assume
cool.
just because there's a lot of Polish people around.
Yeah. I lived in Williamsburg, Brooklyn,
Oh
for
yeah.
a little while, and there's a pretty good, there's like the Hasidic Jewish area, and then there's also like a heavy Polish population. So I would go eat pierogies, and Peronis.
Is this your Peroni's great. Is it you lived there when you see. No, it's not letting me. So you can't mark it out if you have limit. Okay, that's good to know. You lived in Brooklyn when you went to New York to trade, right?
For a year. Yeah.
Cool. That's great. That's a good. I've heard that story many times. I've watched. That was one of the first things I stumbled upon on YouTube when I first started. I think every trader's journey has like 2 years of just watching every YouTube video they can find.
Mm-hmm.
But yep, that was one of the first
Well,
ones.
you and me, I mean, you may relate. We're a little older than some of the whippersnappers on here, but to me it was like pre-YouTube, right? So it was go to the bookstore. Eventually I would go to the bookstore and I couldn't find a trading book on the shelves that I hadn't read. Like there was nothing left for me to read,
Oh, yep. You want to? My cat's trying to trade. See, this is a good example of who I'm going to blame this guy later. That's the plan.
Yep.
But yeah, trading books and YouTube, and just stay glued to it until you can try to figure out what's going on in any sort of way.
Yeah. And then you think right?
Yeah.
You go through, I went through several iterations of that. Like, I've got it figured out. Wait a second. Yeah.
Yep. It's such a funny game. The that journey between like I don't know anything and oh man, maybe I might know something, or like, oh, this is it. This is that's holy grail search, before you actually realize like who you are as a trader. Yeah, that's a weird time. filled with many emotions.
Those MetaTrader 4 back tests where you figure out that perfect combination of some probably virus-laden thing you downloaded from some corner of the internet. Oh my goodness. Dude, I've got to hop off. That was cool of me to let me crash on your stream for a little bit.
No,
We've been
I
talking
love it.
about the collaborative. I think the chat loved it. So it was fun, man. I'll see you in the arena for the remainder of the day.
That sounds good. My P&L is going to try to pull an Undertaker today and rise from the dead and take Jim out at the last second. So good talking to you, man. I appreciate you hanging with me.
Yeah, brother. We'll catch you around. See you.
All right, peace. All right, chat. Damage control. Unfortunately, Jim is beating the pants off of me right now. I think so. But let me go back and try to answer some questions. All right, the Merritt and Stowe stream is finally happening. Yeah, Lou, that was cool. Jeff, yes, my nemesis is the 420 price guy right now because I'm trying to get through him. If I was trying to get to him, then we would be friends. But at the moment, we are not friends. We're enemies. Mark Lawrence, this is NQ. Yeah, this 100-point range is less than enjoyable. And we've got all kinds of absorption here. So this needs to break. We did have that, so that there was a 200 lot order sitting at 429. They just pulled. Yeah, I don't have any good read on this day, clearly. Oh, Danny Noonan, you know John Moreland? Yeah, he's awesome. He's an amazing songwriter. I encourage everybody that if they like songwriting to just look that up. I don't have a John Moreland affiliate code. Yeah, XY, they say dome. I don't know why either. I'm gonna make Jim explain it to me. Cause is it a regional thing? Because I think we determined that VWAP and VWAP are regional. And even though Merritt is in the South, he was in Chicago. He's got Chicago and New York stuff too. So I'm going to give him a regional pass on VWAP. Oh, thanks, Con. He is a nice cat. This freaking seller. Yeah, that cat is cool. His name's Arthur. And when he's not sleeping, he's trying to unplug my computer, typically. It's a fun game we play. Yep. So we're just chopping around. I'm trying to get this breakout here. Clearly it's not happening. I'll cut this below the OR low. And, maybe look for an ad down here. Not an ad, another trade. Where do I see the 420 guy? So you can't see it now because it became the point of control. But there's a big, I initially saw him on the Delta volume profile. And then there's also a big stab here, like here at 395. And then here at 429. If you just see these big spikes coming out of the volume profile, this is just a lot of business being done. And, it's in an annoying location because we're trying to get through it. But yeah, when I see those big lots on the DOM, or being swept into, you can see them pile up here on the Delta volume profile too. Whenever I see that, it's just like, you're going to get chopped around while whatever execution program is trying to execute this trade they're putting on. Oh, Mark. I play guitar. I'm so used to people asking what instrument my chart is. Yeah, I play guitar and bass also, but mostly guitar. Yep. Just more chopping around. I don't even have a good spot. I can like. There's not even an anchored VWAP floating around anywhere that's being respected. It's just like, you know, consolidating into this point. I like that this. Let me stretch this out a little bit. I like that this sell got rejected, but then it didn't. Yeah, it's just a choppy mess day. I don't know. There's no. sometimes I can try to narrate narrate things that aren't there just to try to maybe find some edge in the price, but yeah, there's nothing there. Just a lot of two-way tape right now. How does the leg-to-leg anchored VWAP work? So I don't have a leg-to-leg anchored VWAP on. This is a leg-to-leg delta volume profile, and it resets every 60-point rotation. And you can set that to, you know, reset it whatever you want it to, but I like 60 points. Sometimes when the market becomes more volatile, you know, I bump that up to 120. It just depends on, you know, average rotation size and what you're trying to look for there. Yeah, sure. So the reason I entered here, this is just my average price. I'm trying to get into, and please remember we're doing a contest today. So this is sim trading. This is sim trading 101 right now. So this is more of a fun day than an educational day. We'll start on Thursday with my cash account, and then, you know, we'll go through some more serious stuff. But yeah, I entered here because we rejected off of the -1 standard deviation band, and then also I actually entered here. This is just my average price from all of my ads combined. So entered here, scaled one here, scaled another one here, added, scaled. So now my average is around here. But basically, I'm trying to play this side of the distribution for now. And we're holding the RTH VWAP for now also. So, but I've got 4 lots on. I got to keep a tight watch on those. I can go against you very quickly. Yes, there's 9,000 trades today. 100 billion trades today. Yeah, 60 points at this point. Reset on Friday. Very true. Very true. But I mean, ideally, I can't believe we didn't move after Europe closed. So we have this, like, our European zone has become a clear pivot. We got above it for a second. I thought we were going to break out here, but we did not. But it's a pretty clear pivot. Pivot above overnight, and then below for RTH. So I don't know. There's still a buyer down here. He's still trying to do whatever he's up to. Bullish on the higher time frame. Maybe I should just be scaling quicker. Maybe I need to embrace this small range. If I say enough stuff like that, maybe the market will hear me and inverse me and become a trend day. Okay, I officially am never going to chase trend again. Yeah, Kenshin, the this is all, so the delta volume profile is, you know, order book info. Like this is the Delta profile shows you what's being executed where, and then same with the time and sales. You can catch the pace of tape, all that stuff over here too. It's trying. It's trying. If I say it, it'll happen. Unfortunately, the market doesn't work like that. I wish it did. I'm gonna have to cut this if they are gonna break. Yeah, these lows are in trouble. All right, there's 400. That's where that buyer's been stepping in the most. Nope. Okay, ran those stops. How's everybody else doing in the challenge? Is anybody doing really good? Is anybody doing really bad? You can be honest. I'm doing really bad. And here we are. We're embracing it. Because it's not over. We still have a chip in a chair. Yeah, it's super tough to trade a range this small, trying to get a big move. Like they ran those stops. So those stops are what I was worried about. I just need the seller to get off of this open. Sai, I'm sorry. Sorry to let you down. It's not over yet, baby. It's not over. Wit's doing horrible. I mean, sim trading's tough. It doesn't have the same thing, but it's nice. It's nice to take a day off and, have a little less pressure. Try to have some fun. Just need this bid. Just need this bid to be supportive, and we're in good shape. $11.43. Jeff, you got 8K. Nice work. Oh, eighth with a 5-digit gap to the leader. Yeah, I don't know how anybody's putting up 25K in a they must be trading a different market. That's all I got to say, because they're not trading NQ. There's no way. And just so you guys know, that's one of many excuses I'll be using when I lose this contest. I'll be blaming the market. I'll be blaming the instrument. I'll be blaming the execution. Oh, you can trade 5 on every market. Oh, okay. Okay. So someone found a loophole. It's not just 5 lots. It's just 5 lots per market. Okay. Okay. Seller's finally going to push. Well, Banging in the overnight low here. I'm just going to cut that, and then we'll need to reposition in a second. Just watch it for response here. I was too excited to start, and I forgot to grab a water. That's another thing I'll blame. Poorly hydrated. Yeah, Jeff, it's that meme. It's the I'm not wrong. You know, the in the mirror meme. I'm not wrong. The market is wrong. All right, we're back in. Just these targets. Get one. EWAP there. 1146. No, I didn't do the ice water thing. It was like 40 degrees out though for my run, so it felt like, yeah, it felt like even the environment was punishing me today for some reason. You know, sometimes you wake up and you're just like, I don't have the stuff today. This might be my day for that. But like I said, still early. We got all day. Driver trade is another excuse. Yes, you see him stacking up. Yeah, but I mean, my Serona, that's a good one. Dang, that was the key. Trade every market. But I mean, it's not that easy. You can't just pull up every market and then start magically trading it well. So I assume that whoever's in the lead is partying, and you know, at least has some moderate skill if they're able to rock multiple markets like that. JS, you can't invert. No, our inversibility is not combined. We're good. We're just rotating back up now off of that overnight low. Piece of cake. I mean, if you look, we haven't made, so we're just doing this into this small, very small, very, very tight range. Oh my Lord. Can we get this? Can we get this fill? Another big order so 419's got 311 lots on it again. So this is now did you see all of that pile in right here at the Delta volume profile? So that's what I'm watching for there. So now that we see that order's been filled, now we'll see what price wants to do. Are they going to push through it more, or are sellers going to come in and step back on the market? That's also our Europe range. Gary, what's up? Yeah, value area high. I mean, it's tough when it's what do we got? 50 points between value area high and low. Gross. Yeah, Jimmy, trading a barcode is not fun. I just got to remember to be more on the edges. Yeah, that JS, that's a ton there. I mean, I've got almost 1,300 positive delta here for the session. They just filled 132 and then 310, you know, 2 ticks apart from each other. Somebody tell me how's Jim doing? Is he killing it? Is there anybody below me on the leaderboard? That's what I need somebody to tell me. As long as I'm not dead last today, maybe I'll consider this a victory. Jim's up 2.5K. All right, fine. I'm still struggling. I'm still down. About the same as I was when I came in. So chat, we either need to embrace the fact that this is going to be a balance day, possibly the world's smallest balance day. I mean, not really, but for our standard range, our ADR for 10 days is 254 and our range is 96 right now. So you decide, what do you think? Do we embrace that this is a balance day and we play the edges until a side breaks, or do we look for continuation to either side? Nice. You want to go all in short together? That seems like a horrible idea. But it might work. Maybe that's why. Maybe I need to inverse that urge to not go all in short. Man, another 200 lots at 427. Magnet City. Yeah, 20%. I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, J-Tor, I do what the candles do. I'm trying to. They don't know what they want to do right now. They're confused. Even the candles have no clue. It's just like some Chad up here in the 420s buying and selling billion lots at a time. Console. Got to hold the open now. Cover this thing into lunchtime.
Ooh.
There he is. What's up, Jim?
No.
I hear you're out of the. I hear you're off the schneid. Back in the black.
Yeah, no, I am. Hang on, though. I just managed to make my screens look crazy real fast. And I don't know how. I don't know why. Hang on, let me see if I could hide it. I'm going to go to view. Exit. There we go. Yeah, no, I mean, what do you got going on here? Let me kind of open this up so I could see you better.
So I'm trying to lean on this buyer because leaning on this seller hasn't really been working for me because I got squeezed out of it up here when I was trying that before.
Yeah.
So there still seems to be this buyer dude at, 390s. But I mean, price is just like slowly creeping into a smaller range. And everybody in my market is just stuck here filling all these orders in between 420 and 430.
Yeah.
There's like 200 lots stacked every 10 points for, I don't know, as far as I can see up.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's weird. Whenever that's happening is normally a day that I try to stay away.
Yeah.
So, but like I told the chat, I'm preparing a litany of excuses for later, just in case.
Oh yeah, that's reasonable. I've just been in Google, Googling best pierogi places in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And you know what? There's like 150,000 search results.
There's a lot, but I got the hookup. You got to go. I mean, there's a lot of like gourmet pierogi places, that's not what we're talking about. You got to go somewhere with the little old ladies, roll those things by hand. It's usually a church, and yeah, that's the ticket. You got to get those old world pierogies.
All right, all right. Well,
Come
let's
on,
start.
baby.
All right, we'll wait for you. We'll wait.
Woo!
There you go. There you go. Nice job.
Don't worry, only like 6K to go, and I'll be
Oh,
with
you're
you.
gonna get there. You're gonna get there. We got there's a lot of runway here, man.
Yep, a lot of runway.
We're gonna be good. Well, let's take a peek at the leaderboard really fast if we can, everybody. I'm gonna hit that refresh
Yes.
button. Where's my refresh button? Da-da-da. And number one, R. Jose, 26,631. We
Ooh,
have Mentil. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong. I apologize, everybody. 22,073 in second place. So it's kind of tight. Milka also 18,000. Everyone's in contention, but Milka 18,000. Good job. Danny Noonan 14,184 and Bellin 14,044. Great job, you guys, so far.
yeah, incredible job.
Yeah, no, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. So that's where we're at right now. Oh, Merritt
Now
wasn't
that's only my realized P&L, by the way. I got a lot of unrealized
Yeah.
P&L, so don't worry, everybody.
Yeah. We're not. No one's worried, man. It's a long, long, long day. And then remember, folks, if you're in here, you hit that little load more rankings, and you get more than 5, right? You get. I wonder if we get more than 10. Let's see if we get more. Yeah, you could keep hitting that reload to find
Oh,
your
cool.
name. You could just. Well, while we're at it, let's keep going. I'm in 60th place.
That's so good.
No, it's not.
Jim, I'm 296. I think only 302 people signed up.
I know, but there's a big difference. All right, let me no, let me tell you the difference. You know the difference. The difference is literally, you're trading in front of a whole bunch of people, and you're in sim mode. You're not used to that, and you're trying to explain. You're trying to explain out loud what your game plan is. That's not easy to do, right? So guys like me are back here just clicking left and right. I mean, I probably did a 1,000,000 round turn so far today.
That's fair. Oh yeah, I didn't even see. Are there commissions? Can we just keep firing? Should I be scalping harder?
I believe if you look because of the decimal points and stuff,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that commissions aren't included in the calculation.
Okay. Okay.
I'll verify that and let you guys know.
How'd Merritt just make another 5K out of nowhere? I'm starting to wonder about the validity of this leaderboard.
No, he's swinging like crazy. I told you. Anyway, a lot of fun so far. Hopefully everybody's doing it. We're going to keep doing this. There's going to be different variations of this on this contest with different markets, different everything. So it's just and there's regular arena challenges also, all the time on NinjaTrader, not outside the scope of the live stream. So feel free to keep your eyeballs on that as well going forward.
Yep.
So, thanks, man. You're doing double time today, right? You'll be back this afternoon.
Oh, I'll be back.
you're gonna be with XYZ.
Yep, me and XY.
I don't even want to leave for lunch. I want to look for some more trades.
I'll be here grinding. Lunch is coming to me today. I got some work to do.
All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. My phone is barking at me for some reason. Appreciate everybody being here this afternoon. We will be back at 2:30. We're going to have a hot commodity report, and me and Shai will be doing that, and then Order Flow Labs trading the close. So we are going to go ahead and wrap it up, and see you this afternoon.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, chat. See you,
All right.
Jim.
Thanks, buddy.